Hello, hello. This one's on.
On there as well. This is his name. Let's take a seat.
Perfect. We're just doing impromptu panels. We got Zoom. Anyone on Zoom for this one?
It's tight. Are we in the
Yeah, I'm here.
Morning, everybody. It's great to see that some of you have made it back for day 2. So yesterday must have been reasonably good, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves yesterday. It was great to see so many yesterday, and for so many of us, it was our first face-to-face meeting. So for me particularly, it was great to see people in person and have an opportunity to chat and catch up and learn about what's been going on in the rare disease world, whilst we've all been hiding at home behind Zoom cameras. We started yesterday talking about the most important people in this space, our patients, and what innovation and access meant for them and all of the challenges that are associated with that space. We heard that whilst the regulations in different jurisdictions have really incentivized the rare disease community to develop new drugs, new technologies and new therapies, there is still 95% of rare diseases that have a massive unmet need. And, you know, I'm imploring all of us here to do what we can to try and make a difference in that space. Even though you could argue there's still lots of treatments going on and being developed for oncology indications, metabolic disease, but there are lots and lots of spaces that are still underrepresented. Some of the key messages, I think, from yesterday's meeting that I definitely heard were engage, and engage early. Do your homework. I think we heard on a number of conversations and a number of presentations that if you don't do your homework in advance, the chances are, as you're going through the different hurdles in the development of a new treatment, those hurdles become much, much harder to overcome. And don't forget the clinicians. Don't forget these brilliant nurse specialists that work face to face with these patients and have to deliver the trials and deliver the treatments. How do they feel? How do they work through this complex process that we're trying to develop? And obviously, I have to say, don't forget the regulators, don't forget the payers, the people that make the decisions about whether these drugs can actually be accessed by patients. But for me, the real message was do your homework, engage early, make sure that you've ticked off all the right boxes, and don't pay lip service to patients because they will see through it, and so will the payers and so will the regulators. In the afternoon, the agenda covered a number of different areas, and there's loads of different initiatives and activities that are delivering new and innovative ways of developing new therapies in rare diseases. And I, for one, went home really excited that the landscape is continuing to grow, and there are more opportunities for therapies to be delivered. But the overarching theme was collaborate, work together. We all have something to offer in terms of expertise and knowledge. And I was just speaking to a colleague earlier. It's a shame that we all work too much in silos. If we could bring some of that together, make more of a synergy, complement each other's experience, expertise, and knowledge, actually the outcome would be brilliant for everybody involved in this space. I'm delighted to be able to introduce our first panel. This morning, we're starting off with the discussion around the COVID pandemic and how the difficulties of these pandemics may have affected the rare disease community. Obviously, it affected all of us, but there were some real challenges for our rare disease community in terms of accessing services, trials being halted because the hospitals and trial sites had to be closed for all of the reasons that we all understand. We have probably learned quite a lot of lessons in that space. I wanted to just spend a couple of minutes just talking a little bit about an initiative that NICE put together and has been working on since the pandemic, and that's the Rapid Access Pathway for COVID-19 Therapeutics. In terms of that pathway, it's a multi-agency initiative that worked with NICE, NHS England and Improvement, the MHRA and the NIHR, supported by our devolved nation colleagues, so Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, where we have been scanning the space for active trials going on in the COVID landscape, and then accelerating positive results, ensuring that access is given to patients as quickly as possible. And in that situation, we were able to deliver some of these new technologies within 10 days of a trial readout, unheard of. But for me, the lessons learned were, we started to learn how to break down the barriers between the different agencies. Actually hearing the MHRA talk to us about some of the information that has been shared by companies in an open forum, in a transparent way, has been hugely helpful, really being able to make the decisions together as a collaboration. So those barriers between the agency have been broken down. People have been much more open about what we can do and how we can do it. And we heard from a presentation yesterday that flexibilities around trials and some of the adaptations have already been there in the MHRA's regulation, but people haven't accessed them. Sharing that data and information across the different agencies in a transparent way has enabled the system to make decisions really, really quickly to get those vaccines, drugs, and other technologies out there for COVID. But again, I say it's easy to be able to do that in this situation, and people had to come together. And let's think about the lessons that we can learn from that and what we can do to ensure that that can happen in this community as well, because we're already quite a union, a solidarity. Rare diseases is much more cohesive. They work together as partners much more than they do in the more prevalent conditions. And being able to make those decisions quickly so that patients get access and get those really good outcomes is why we're all here, why we operate in this space. So without further ado, I am delighted, as I said, to be hosting this panel today. I'd like to welcome online Pedro Franco, Director of Regulatory and Scientific Policy Research at GRASP from Merck, and then David Ross, Patient Advocate, Rare Disease Mental Health, Davy Young, Managing Director and VP Operations, Tailored Clinical Research Solutions, and I have to remember your name. Oh,
did you find it?
Eugene Chimanuwali, sorry. This is a surprise panel guest, which is why I got this all totally wrong.
Late edition.
And it's really lovely to have you all here this morning. I'd like to start off by asking David, as a patient and patient advocate, what did you see happen in the COVID space for patients and the challenges that they experienced throughout that kind of timeline, and how do you think we should respond to it in future?
Well, one of the things I kind of became aware of quickly was how patients, or some patients, were even more isolated than they were before the pandemic. Some rare disease adults don't have any family members living with them. So I saw this as an opportunity to set up the group that I do. It's a rare disease male mental health group for patients and caregivers, where it's an opportunity for us to connect, support each other, build each other up, and really kind of like make sure that the people out there didn't feel alone, didn't feel supported, did feel supported, and just kind of like we could talk about the issues we were facing during the pandemic.
And in terms of patients that might have been actively enrolled in trials and things, did you have any experience around that?
I wasn't aware of any patients involved in trials, but I was aware from more than a few patients of appointments being postponed, cancelled, which kind of was like, in some cases, leading to their anxiety kind of increasing. So yeah, kind of like, yeah, it definitely impacted them for their medical care.
Fantastic. Davey, can I come to you now, given that you do operate in that space in terms of supporting companies to deliver trials? What did you feel were the impacts and the challenges of this situation?
So the COVID space, COVID happened quite suddenly, and I was just reading of this, the stakeholders, they kind of, no one knew what to do at the beginning. I was like, what we're going to do? One of the first things that happened in the hospital is on all trials, not just rare disease trials, patients stop coming in because it's dangerous for the patient. So the next thing is what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. So then the appearance of face-to-face, not face-to-face, video, FaceTime, monitoring visits, just talk to them, and obviously sending someone to take the bloods. If it's non-urgent, non-life-threatening, they will probably pause the trial. But then lots of innovation came about. As I said, the decentralized model helped. The video link helping the patients set up a video link with their phone or with their webcams, because not everyone's like us will have just open a computer and use Zoom day in and day out. You make sure that the security line is secure, because you can't just pick up Zoom or have FaceTime, because you've got to think about patient security, data security, and all the rest of it. So there's layers upon layers of things you have to think about to do. And nowadays there are lots of platforms saying that we are secure to X amount of regulatory approved. The regulatory body change. Lots of things they have cut down from starting up. As my colleague said yesterday, it kind of stripped the whole clinical trial regulatory process back to its bare minimum. What is average for those involved in trial? What is the fastest you ever have done start up a trial in any country? 3 months, 4 months? The fastest before pandemic I did was 10 weeks. But during the pandemic, we had studies starting up from the day you submit to the MHRA to the day you can recruit patients in 2 weeks. And nothing was skimmed. All the proper checks was done. Lots of the non-essential things were kind of just stripped away because it's important to get it quick. If we can do it in 2 weeks, we can do it for any other trials, rare disease included. And the last is obviously, I have to bring this up because my background is slightly different. I'm not a pharmaceutical person. I came from academia, and I spent 10 years in NHS as NHS management. When you're doing your trial in any situation, don't forget the hospitals. As hospital, their main job is treating patients, and research is important, but it's an additional layer on top of what they do every day. And it doesn't sound very nice, no one will admit it, but I'm now outside the NHS, I can say. 99% of a doctor's job is to treat patients. And for those who are interested in further medicine, they will come and look. So be patient with them, be patient with the hospitals. They are trying, they want to help the community, but they still have that day job of treating patients to do, and it's difficult.
Thanks, David. Pedro, can I come to you now, given your experiences from the industry side, and what your kind of observations were around the challenges?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Sorry not to be with you. So I'm self-isolated because of COVID. So COVID is still with us. And unfortunately, I have to be at home not to contaminate anybody. So definitely for industry and thinking about globally, because this was a pandemic and we have to think about globally and not only in one country, UK, but have that mindset. What happened? I think all regulatory authorities tried to provide some flexibilities to conduct clinical trials to accelerate approvals. There were some that are not well prepared. There are still some that they use paper work for submissions, and they try to implement some flexibilities for digital applications to accelerate not only clinical trials, but as well approvals. However, we have seen that each regulatory authority have come up with flexibilities, but some flexibilities were contradicting with each other. Before the pandemic, was impossible to have, as the colleagues discussed and mentioned, to have video conference during a clinical trial or have some checks from home. And this was a big achievement, I would say worldwide. And then let's see after pandemic, if we can improve this type of innovation and use more digital after pandemic, I think was the big learning. But I think the big learning from the industry was that there is a lot to learn for international collaboration among all regulatory authorities, what they can learn with each other, not to reinvent the wheel. And if a drug is approved by regulatory X, why not the other one just to accept by what we call reliance? Have more reliance, have more international collaboration, have more exchange. So we need, and I think some authorities they learned, like EMEA, talk to FDA, to Japan, Australia. We have seen that, but we need more international collaboration than a competition who is going to approve the first COVID, who is going to approve the first vaccine, because you can have a vaccine in a country, you can vaccinate everyone, but if in Africa the people are not vaccinated, we are not going to end up this pandemic. So we need more collaboration.
Another collaborative theme that's coming out. Eugene, in terms of being a health insurance provider, what were your experiences for the patients who are trying to access treatments?
So this was obviously an unknown territory even for us, right? So when it came to more so, and I find it a bit surprising that when it came to more so like the technical aspects of it, like remote working and stuff, we were prepared from that perspective. But just like a number of other stakeholders, pretty much everybody that was out there, we were caught off guard as well, right? We were working in a territory where, to be honest, reimbursement and figuring out what to pay for and how to pay for it were not the primary reasons for several months. It was to make sure that individuals had access to proper and approved testing, pharmaceuticals, and then eventually vaccination. So I did see a lot of good during this time, and I've been wondering since then that as things are slowing down, and the variation that we are seeing from overall perspective, is it going to truly hold or not? But so I'm hopeful about that, because I'm just echoing the collaboration and the partnerships that should be in place. So let's keep our fingers crossed that actually happens, because I saw a lot of good work happening when those walls were brought down and there was more dialogue and there was a common goal. And that's definitely something that can be transferred over to the particular populations that we are talking about, because of, to be honest, they're being ignored for decades and decades. So if we can do it at a grand level, why can't we do it in these subgroups that we have been talking about for the past couple of days? When it comes to the more part about cutting down the red tape and accelerating approvals, that was something being on the forefront of, coming up with policy positions for testing, pharmaceuticals, vaccination, you name it. What I saw was that there was no compromise when it came to the actual thresholds and the parameters that were set. So if you take testing, for instance, and the tests that were getting FDA EUAs, the emergency use authorization, they had set those parameters. Folks, laboratories were able to get their sensitivity and specificity numbers, technical numbers up there, so it could be done. And then the approval process, the steps that were not needed and needed to be accelerated, for example, got done. And then also, obviously, we are familiar with the rapid pace with which pharmaceutical agents were getting approved for different sort of subgroups within the population. So you got to see a lot of things that should have been done years ago, but when it was like you were in the crunch of it and there was a push for it, those things were eliminated, which really didn't add value to the overall process. I think that's one lesson that was learned across the board. The other part I just quickly want to mention is that we saw a lot of research that had been done and put on shelf, right? And then when we were hit with this public health emergency and this global pandemic, all of those were dusted off, and the lessons learned from there were, brought back in. We were retrying and trying to figure out, and maybe at that time our hypotheses changed, right? So what was not good enough, quote unquote, for 5-6 years ago was good enough at this time. So we really have to look at it from that perspective too, when it comes to the orphan drug and rare disease space. And we talked about it a bit yesterday, that is it truly that we're looking for a hallmark study, the most optimal outcomes that are out there, or we have to be realistic about the goals we're trying to achieve?
Yeah, fantastic. I remember when we started the Rapid C19 initiative, and I remember saying to my fellow colleagues, for me, COVID initially was like a rare disease because we didn't know anything about it. We were learning as we were going along, a bit like rare diseases. You are a kind of saying that one of my colleagues has at work, you're knitting the jumper whilst you're trying to wear the jumper at the same time. And this is exactly my kind of analogy in the early stages. And even now, we are still learning and educating ourselves about COVID. So there are a number of similarities in terms of that. But I think the difference for me was that the patients affected is so much larger. So some of these trials that were undertaken, the recruitment was rapid, therefore the results were rapid. What can we do to kind of think about the similarities and the differences here, and how can we really think about accelerating some of those learnings? Pedro, can I maybe come to you in terms of industry and what you think industry can learn from this kind of rapid uptake of trials, obviously the patient population being that much higher, but what are the learnings for the rare disease community here?
For the community, so it's possible to have clinical trials that are more suitable to the community, that they don't need to go so often to the hospitals, but the hospitals can come to them, like nursing can come to them to take their samples, to have a setting that is more virtual. That was possible during COVID. Massive recruitment in a rare disease setting is difficult. That is extremely difficult because you are talking about less numbers, but having that international and more alignment in different areas there, we can have more connections with them, and the clinical trials is a massive learning. And as well, convergence of the requirements of the different authorities, what they learn with each other, what were the best the best approach. And we are reflecting from the industry, from the point of view of trade associations. We are discussing this in South America, in Europe, and in China. What we have learned, what were those regulatory flexibilities that we have to conduct clinical trials that make sense to maintain. There are some resistance from regulatory authorities because of resources. They provide excellent, I would say, the majority of them, they try to be helpful, but because of the resources, they cannot maintain all the flexibilities. But we are trying to showcase that it worked well with the COVID, and we can apply this to other areas.
Thanks, Pedro. Devi, yeah.
Can I just add a bit? And this applied to all studies and all drugs. It's especially lots of companies we work on the rare disease space. This is very important to them because it could be personal reasons or whatever. But a clinical trial is a clinical trial for a specific purpose, to get your drug from unknown to a patient. It's not a scientific project. So when you design your trial, speak to the patient. What is needed? What is important? Speak to your regulatory people. What is the safety parameters? What is the minimum you need to do to get the drug to the market? And make it as simple as you can, and just do what's necessary, and then get the drug to the patient, and then do your real world evidence. make sure the drug is safe, it has good efficacy, and that's the two things that you need to do, not 101 biomarkers, and so that you might get information you might need one day. So that's just one thing I've learned during the pandemic for all trials, especially in rare diseases.
Thanks, David. David, in your kind of reflections, is there any learnings for you for patients and accessing trials and anything that you might have observed from your interactions?
Yeah, I think providing an opportunity for patients to be heard, their voices to be listened to, and making them feel that they matter. Also, yeah, sharing their experiences around COVID has been something also I've been involved in with my group. And yeah, I think if you create that space, you can talk about all sort of things around your life, whether it be personal, mental, emotional, or the physical side of your care, such as your specialist or possible trials. So I think, yeah, you've just got to give that space, listen, and make the patients' voices feel like they matter.
And Carol yesterday talked in the panel about not all patients have access to IT or the ability to engage in that way. What do you see as opportunities? What can we do to help facilitate that engagement and support patients to engage?
I think it's about building relationships with people, finding about what their issues are, what they need, and then making them feel confident and able to kind of express their issues, and then hopefully look to kind of giving them that voice through building the right relationships.
Eugene, you've kind of talked about going back to the bare minimum and really trying to isolate the unnecessary and do what's absolutely necessary. What in your kind of health insurance system, what will you take back as things to try and implement?
So that part actually is dependent upon the information that we're receiving and the data that we're receiving, right? So a couple of things that I'm going to leverage some of the points that have been made. As you were stating, when it comes to the design of clinical trials and what is the actual goal for them, and if we remain focused on that, first thought that came to my mind is that why is it that despite having a number of clinical trials, some of the pharmaceuticals, some of the interventions never make it, right? Or are not getting reimbursed or not reaching that threshold for safety and effectiveness. And a lot of times in my work, what I see is that the premise that they are being run upon have flaws in them, right? The gaps in basic science research and the robustness that was missing for them to actually get launched is there. So when the focus, and I agree with you, don't go for multiple biomarkers, go after the one that is actually established and select your patient population accordingly. And then being a collaborative process between the providers, the primary investigators, the research team, and of course the patients and the advocacy groups, come up with the proper primary outcomes so you're actually reaching those effectiveness goals. That makes it easier for folks like us to actually go ahead and evaluate the evidence per the merit that is there. I think if those parts are done, then a number of downstream steps would be eliminated, where there's more discussion and deliberations and arguments back and forth of why something is not being covered or is not reaching to certain threshold. That's one thing. And then just piggybacking upon one of the other points, the availability of trials, it's our responsibility. So we have to be part of the overall process, not necessarily in design. We can obviously give advice for that, as I'm sitting here and doing. But when it comes to our membership, and what we have learned is the ideal world in which telemedicine should work a certain way, right? So we definitely have to leverage those particular points and those particular lessons and move forward, that when it comes to not having accessibility due to, let's say, travel or other reasons, or where you can bring these newer learned lessons from technology that is out there. So those are factors that I think will help us come to a conclusion of how to deal with the nuances, for instance, for the real world evidence. What I shared in my presentation late yesterday was, for the folks that could hear it, we are also working through what real world data will look for us. Right now, we look at it from a perspective of post-market approval after you have received the regulatory approval. We don't use that as the primary source to establish effectiveness. But moving forward, we have to have those conversations where can it be that we bring the real world evidence into the overall clinical trials and prospective studies that are appropriate to answer certain effectiveness and safety questions, and then move forward in filling in the gaps with the real world evidence. So I think that those conversations are something that we definitely have to pick out of from what we have learned so far.
So I think we're hearing things like that the regulatory bodies can potentially think about being a little bit more flexible. They've done it in the COVID space. What kind of flexibilities would help help the rare disease community? And it's really important, I think, from a lessons learned piece to try and understand those different flexibilities that, as we heard in a number of conversations yesterday, that were already available but weren't being accessed. So let's try and really understand those. And I think, Pedro, you're saying that if agencies collaborate across the globe, just like they did in the COVID space, then actually decisions could be made more rapidly based on that baseline information, as opposed to all this excessive information. I mean, I can tell you some of the nice submissions we have to read are pages and pages long. And whilst it's all interesting information, actually the most important things are often buried deep in those submissions. I think the other thing that we're capturing here is that, it's important that we're listening to the needs of the patients, how they can engage in these trials. One of the things that I learned, again, working in the COVID space, the reason for being able to ramp up this much access to trials was there was also a lot of signposting going on. So trials were happening, patients were being diagnosed, and they were being signposted to these trials. So we've got to find a way of being able to navigate patients and educate patients of where trials are available. We know the rare disease community is challenged in many ways, and Eugene, you've talked about, potential maybe travel issues, other issues. They may have family members they're also caring for with the rare disease. So I think it's important that we're taking all of those things into account so that we can ensure that the community is signposted and supported to engage in these trials. So just my last kind of question to the panel is in reflecting all of these, we've got to try and build that sustainable healthcare system, an infrastructure that can provide that right sort of signposting, the right information and availability to be able to accelerate treatments through to access. David, given your kind of background in acknowledging that hospitals have a day job, treating patients, maybe I can start with you in terms of what would be your kind of pointers around how do we build that sustainable structure to be able to do what we need to do in the day job as clinicians, but also continue with this research effort and ensure that new treatments are developed?
That's a hard question. It's a hard question because I've seen it from a hospital side and from even the ethics committee and the NHRA. Why were things done so quickly, so effectively during the pandemic for COVID drugs? Because everything was put aside and they were focusing manpower just on the COVID studies. And it shows what can be done very quickly, but at what sacrifice. So during the pandemic, we sacrificed lots of lots of other research that was also ongoing. The oncology, lots of oncology was non-life-threatening oncology was stopped. Lots of mental health studies were stopped. So that is there is a cost. There's always a cost to doing one thing well, and then you need to sacrifice something of other things. Saying that there are things that you take away, as I said, shed some of the things that is not necessary anymore. You know, you don't need to have free internal community in the hospital to decide that a drug can go through. You know, one committee with more people in it, it's easier. Regulators can say, well, actually, it doesn't need to have nth degree of details. I need these, and we need the regulators saying, for you to have this trial, these are what we're looking for. Be transparent. And so the pharmaceutical company knows exactly what they need to produce, instead of guessing what the MHRA might think or what the NICE might think. You know, does NICE give you a tick box saying, you take this, and the drug will go through it? It's never that simple. But if that, it just can't make things simpler. The science is complicated enough. Why we are adding extra layers on top? And if we can strip those back, then we can sustain this growth we've seen over the last couple of years.
Thanks, David. Fantastic. Pedro, I'm going to challenge industry. What do you think industry should be doing to help support that sustainability and take those learnings back?
Yeah, definitely. What industry can do can advocate more and is already advocating through the regulatory authorities, what we have learned, where we've seen good practice in some authorities, because from the industry, we are not just thinking about one country like the UK, we have Europe, we have FDA, we have South America, we have China, and each one is asking their biomarkers, each one they are asking for their studies, each one they are asking and they are fighting. And even if we go for parallel scientific advice between US and Europe, sometimes you have different opinions, and that is the challenge. How can we together reach a compromise solution? So from point of view of the industry, we are trying to accommodate each regulator about their own requirements. What we advocate is for each one sitting down, trying to follow the ICH guidelines, ICH principles, try to sit down in international collaboration and try not to compete to each other, because we are working for industry, are developing as much for the whole community, and we want to accommodate everyone, and we want really to have the best medicines available with less clinical trials. I agree, we should not have 7 or biomarkers, but they are requesting, each authorities are requesting, I want this, I want this, I want, my thought is better. So I think science is complicated enough, but people should sit together. And my aim is why one day the authorities will have more collaboration, like Access, Project Orbis, or something like that, that everyone can collaborate, and all patients worldwide, and especially the rare community, will have access to medicines at the same times, and not in phases that first US, then China, then Europe, then whatever.
Thanks, Pedro. Eugene.
Yes. So what I don't want to repeat everything that was stated, because it's terrific, and we can look for all of that. But one common theme that I find when I do go to these particular events to speak is that the messages have been delivered for a while pre-pandemic too, right? All of these points that we are bringing to you now are not novel, right? But what we have seen is that there was a practical and real clinical need, right? Which was communicated, everybody agreed upon it. Yes, folks have different ways of looking at how to go about doing things, but there was one common theme which was pretty dominant, that there's a clinical need that needs to be taken care of. And then you bring in the all the resources, and I agree with you 100% that you have to sacrifice certain things. But post-pandemic world, hopefully, when it comes to the orphan drug and rare disease speeches, that the message of the true clinical needs that are there in these communities and these groups need to come to the forefront, right? So what we need to do is have those particular communications and that message be as concise and as real and impactful as possible. I think that's going to drive the sustainability of what we're looking for. And then all these other points, extremely great points of how we go about answering the questions regarding what is the most effective treatment or intervention that can be introduced can be there. But let's work on that message. And that does take, I think it's a pretty good representation of who you see on stage and virtually of who needs to be working together and actually making the message important, because the clinical need is there.
Thanks, Eugene. David, by no means least the most important people that we're trying to serve here. What would your plea be to all of these representatives of the system?
I think a few things really. I think first thing, the importance of connection, collaboration is essential really in the rare disease space. One meeting we had last year, we had men from 5 different continents, and I thought, wow, that's kind of like amazing really how we're coming together for something that we need, believe in, and something we want to support each other in. But also, like with my own particular rare disease, we have guidelines in Europe and different guidelines in the US, and I think this doesn't really support the patients or the global patients for my rare disease. It kind of confuses, makes people feel left out. I like to see universal guidelines where, you know, there's not much difference between who gets treated in Scotland to who gets treated in America. Do you know? So I think kind of sort of to add on that really around clinical trials, I think I'd like to see kind of like more patient involvement and stuff, but also at the end, I've been on a trial at Boston Children's Hospital, and because of the differences with healthcare providers over there to over here, I'm still none the wiser as to whether I can obtain the drug that I was involved in. It's been shown to have benefited me, but the kind of I found this out. Well, I did the trial, ended it just before the pandemic started, and kind of the process just seems so slow, and that doesn't really help the patient, and it also kinds of, for some, puts them off getting involved, and you know they kind of need more. They need support. They need help, kind of a bit more quicker.
Fantastic. So back to the theme we started. I think more collaboration, more talking together, and more working together to build on this aim. And I think Eugene put it really well as David. You've got a common shared goal here. So let's continue to work together. I'd like us all to give a round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much for participating. Pedro, I know you're on next, so just give me a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Jocelyn, do we need to admit? Perfect. Perfect. So it gives me pleasure to introduce Pedro again. Pedro is going to share with us the future environment of orphans in Europe. Pedro, over to you.
Sorry, I will just share again. Thank you very much. So let me share again. So I will give you an overview about the future environment of orphans in Europe. So I will start just to remind definition of a rare disease, challenge of developing an orphan drug, and bring here the international perspective, lessons learned by different stakeholders, and then the future of the EU regulatory framework that is under discussion and might have an impact in the future availability of orphan drugs in Europe. And I will end up with conclusions. So what is a rare disease? So we know that there is no universal definition of a rare disease. and the definition depends on the legislations and policies adopted by each country and regions. However, if you compare the different definitions that we have available, there is in general a concept agree. And they are the following. So a rare disease affects a few number of patients in a country or regions, and the number of patients for a disease to be accepted as a rare disease is clearly related to the population of each country or regions. And I give you an example. For example, malaria is not a rare disease in Africa, but is considered a rare disease in Europe and as well here in UK. So basically here we have a definition, so the definition of WHO and other countries that we have here. But as you see in this column, so each one, they have their prevalence, and the prevalence are quite very similar. So in Europe is still under discussion nowadays, but today it's 5 in 10,000 to be considered a rare disease. In US, so if you make your calculations around 6.4, Japan, depends of the population at the moment is 3.9 in 10,000. Australian, they revised their regulations recently and now is aligned with Europe. Taiwan, you don't have the prevalence, it's the doctor or the healthcare professional that will define if it is a rare disease or not. And this is Switzerland is aligned with Europe. In China, you don't have a prevalence, so the disease, you have a list that normally the disease that are included in that list have a low prevalence as well, and so on. And you could have here more others. So we now have orphan drug legislation in India, we have in South Korea, Turkey, Russia, Argentina, Brazil, and all of them, they are around low prevalence in those countries. But what is important to know, and imagine that you suffer for a very rare disease, so you have to ask, what do you really want? What do patients really want? So I would say that the patient wants the cure. The patients want their medicines to treat their rare disease. They want more research and knowledge. They want more information on the disease. They want a correct diagnostics. They want that their healthcare professionals have a correct training to diagnose their disease. They want appropriate health care. They want equal access to treatment as other patients. And then we need to reflect why do we need an orphan drug legislation or policy in the countries? So first of all, we know that some governments, they are still refusing to accept that some patients cannot benefit from innovation just because their illness is rare. So it is not the main priority. Governments and other authorities are increasing the hurdles concerning orphan drugs. So we have the example nowadays in Europe that they want to decrease the availability of the incentives or create additional layers. Many patients do not have treatments for their rare disease. To promote research and new treatments in areas of unmet need, to increase the number of treatments, and to create a positive environment in which pharmaceutical industry can invest in new treatments. So in other words, if you have some flexibilities to conduct your clinical trials or some less hurdles in terms of regulatory or additional support, the industry may think to go to that region or develop that specific orphan drug to treat a rare disease. And what are the challenges of developing an orphan drug? So we heard already here in the previous panel about the clinical trials, about the endpoints, the need to engage with the patients, but there are many more. So it's the lack of scientific knowledge and precedent to endpoints, and here is very important to engage with patients. Lack of scientific expertise and basic science, sometimes they are not. Limit number of patients that we mentioned in the previous panel, limited data on epidemiologies, different regulatory requirements, and here we need more convergence, different national policies, then requirements from payers, insurance, HTA bodies, and even from regulatory authorities. So each one, they have different they have different things about that project, and they start to request more additional burdens in the clinical trials, and as well small markets and difficulty in return on investment that it makes the industry difficult to invest if there are not stakeholders that they want to spend their money in that projects. And lessons learned from governments and patients' organizations. So we know that one successful Orphan Drug Act was the US. So we start in 1983, so we are almost 40 years. And we have this act because the patients, they got together, they advocate through the legislators and as well to the FDA to have a specific Orphan Drug Act that could promote more treatments. So, and today we have in US 1,039 orphan drugs. So almost for 40 years, that is a good achievement. So before 1983, so I looked in my research how many potential orphan drugs I could identify before 1983, and I could only identify 10 medicines that could be a potential orphan drugs because they were treating and they were indicating for disease with a very low prevalence. And I show here as well the number and the percentage of novel drugs approved in US that are targeting rare disease treatments. And you see it's superior to 40% over the years. So there are an increased appetite for the companies to invest because of a positive regulatory environment in US. Let's say in other regions, so in Europe, it started quite late in Europe, almost 17 years late. So the first regulation was in 2000. Before 2000, I could only identify 8 medicines that could be potential classified as orphan drugs, treat rare disease. We could say in general, during these 20 years, the legislation has worked well for rare disease that need a stable regulatory environment. And until now, we have lower numbers where we compare to the US because the regulations are different. And at the moment, we have 190 new drugs approved in 20 years, 37 new indications, new orphan indications. We have quite a lot of orphan designations. So you have, the companies have to submit their orphan designation before they submit their application for approval. And if you compare the number of approvals with orphan designations, you have a ratio quite low, 7.9, that it shows that it's really difficult to develop orphan drugs, and many of projects that we thought they were promising, they only around 80% are able to arrive to the finishing line. And just for a reminder, so the revisions of the EU orphan drug legislation is ongoing, and I will explain in the later slides. And lessons learned from governments and health authorities. So what we have learned so far, so from just showing you here 2 successful orphan drugs, I could have add as well Japan, that is another country that increased the number of orphan drugs over the years. We see that the drug legislation increased the number of treatments available to treat rare disease. Patients are an important stakeholders in discussions. US recognized these, Europe and other countries, even China. Nowadays, they issue a guideline to involve patients in drug development. More international interaction between health authorities, payers, and HTA bodies are needed in order to avoid additional requests during clinical trials. More policies in the area of orphan drugs and rare disease are needed. Healthcare professionals need additional training. We know that many diseases are not well are not well diagnostic on time, and many rare diseases are not correctly diagnosed. As I mentioned, we need more research, and we need to waive regulatory requirements as well as some HTA bodies requirements in order to have a more agile approvals and access. And we still need economic and regulatory incentives to promote new treatments in rare disease. And lessons learned by pharmaceutical industry. So in pharmaceutical industry, after all these years, learned that involving patients very early in the different stage of drug development is extremely important. So patients are the experts of their own disease. They need to express what they really want and what they don't really want. And we
Pedro?
have to, yeah. Can you
We
hear me?
can't see your slides.
Okay, I will share.
Do you have
again.
slides?
Yeah, I will share again. Can you see my slides now?
Ah, now we can see them.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, thank you. Sorry. So basically, in terms of the pharmaceutical industry, as I mentioned, it's important to collaborate together and requests when is needed parallel scientific advice and be open with the different scientific advice that we get worldwide here in UK, in US, in Europe, or in other authorities. And have an overview of potential competitors, because many companies are competing in the areas of rare disease, and just to see, okay, if another gets approved, what I need to be better and superior to convince my HTA body or even my authority to get an approval. And it's important as well to reflect on lessons learned from failed drug projects. And about the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. So what have you learned? So at the European Commission, they published their pharmaceutical strategy in 25th of November. And the main objectives of this pharmaceutical strategy were to ensure accessibility, affordability of medicines, supporting a sustainable innovation of emerging science and digitalization, reducing medicine shortage, and learning from COVID towards the crisis resistance system. So this was published and reflect. At the same time, they publish as well impact assessments concerning the revision, not only from the orphans of the pediatrics at the same time, and they want to address in the revision of these both regulations an unmet medical need, unequal availability and access, and new scientific developments. And that's where the burden of the regulatory procedures. It seems that the European Commission may want to refocus incentives in areas of unmet medical needs and reduce access to incentives to some orphan drugs and rare disease spaces, and adding additional conditionalities. So at present, what we have at present here in Europe, we have some regulatory incentives that we have in other regions as well, and there are some financial incentives. So at the moment, all orphan drugs, if a company is developing orphan drug, they have to go through the centralized authorization because we want that the drug is approved centrally and is available to all member states. Possibilities of regulatory and scientific input during the drug development. So the companies could apply for a prime. In US, they could apply for breakthrough. here in US, they could, here in UK, you could apply for the new passport that MHRA will support your drug development as well. And worldwide, you could submit normally a data package that are less comprehensive and preliminary clinical data. In Europe, we call conditional approvals. In US, we call accelerate approvals. So there are some flexibilities. Then other regulatory incentives that we have is the possibility to have expedited review. Normally, this is applicable to all authorities. If you have a product that you develop for a rare disease, normally they will accelerate your approval. And it's important to international collaboration. There are some regions that they recognize the EU orphan status by some international regulators, such as Taiwan recognized the EU approval, the US approval, Australia, the EU approval, US approval, Argentina, they recognize EU and US approval. So this is what we want for the future, that there is less efforts for other countries and they could work more through reliance. Financial incentives, what we have. So we have market exclusivity at the moment, we have 10 years, plus 2 years if you have a pediatric investigation plan completed with all in conditions. You can apply for some national and EU grants for research. Normally this is apply and applicable for universities or for small companies. You could apply for some fee reductions for submission inspections. It's triggered more for SMEs. And we have free scientific advice that we call protocol assistance, so you don't pay. However, EMA is delayed with this protocol scientific advice because they are concentrate their focus on COVID. In summary, the EU legislation has worked well for rare disease that need a stable regulatory environment. So what are the options that the Commission is coming up? So we don't know in which directions we go, but what has been disclosed, they disclosed several options. However, they said that options build on each other and option may be potentially combined. So in option 1, probably the prevalence will remain. However, market exclusivity to additional protection will be reduced. Option 2, they are thinking about reducing the prevalence. That means that some rare disease will not be considered rare in Europe and will have impact some patients that will not have this benefit, or even replace prevalence for incidence in case of oncology. However, for some disease, we don't have this data, so it's not a good option to be considered. Option 3, they are thinking that market exclusivity remains the main incentives, and probably they are thinking about an additional novel incentives targeting areas of unmet need where we don't have any treatment. Option 4, incentives only for medicines addressing areas of unmet needs. And I will share as well to pediatrics. So it's not the object of this talk, but just to give an overview that are in a discussion. So at the moment, if you are developing a pediatric investigation plan in mind, and if you complete all the conditions, you might have an extension of 6 months of your SPC. So as a main reward, so this is what we have, probably they will maintain. Or option 2, they are thinking about limiting the 6 months SPC extension only for medicines addressing unmet needs. Option 3, they are thinking as a main reward 6 months of SPC extensions for completions of the PIP only. And option 4, no extension of SMPC, only a novel reward targeting pediatric medicines addressing areas of unmet needs. And as similar to the orphans, options can build on each other, and option might be potentially be combined. So these are possibilities that have been disclosed by the European Commissions. We don't know in which directions we'll go. And I have only here a table to reflect what will be the impact of this change for the patients, the rare disease community. So in terms of designation, so if you have change in the designation of criteria, of course, we'll reduce the number of medicines eligible for orphan designation, and do we have an impact in the future approvals? If you reduce the prevalence, it means if your disease is higher than the prevalence, will not be considered anymore an orphan drug, and all these supports that we have to develop are not there, and the appetite to develop will be more difficult. Using incidence instead of prevalence will limit data on incidence. It will be difficult for us to have that data. Incentives should target all orphan drugs and not only some areas, because the majority of the patients are in the higher prevalence. We acknowledge that there are some rare disease and that are ultra rare, that they need additional and potential supports for development of these orphan drugs. And type of incentives, new type of incentives are welcome, especially for helping universities and SMEs that need additional supports, and they have some very good ideas. Duration of market exclusivity, as I mentioned, is under discussion. So this is just give an overview. So today we are in February 2022. So we are waiting for the draft legal tests of these pharmaceutical legislation, as well orphan drug regulation and pediatric by the end of the year. We, industry and other stakeholders, including patients, universities, have replied to different surveys from the European Commission, as well to consultants. We provide all the information and our concerns for any change that will impact the availability of orphan drugs, not only in Europe, but as well worldwide, because some of authorities recognize the authorizations here in Europe. And to finalize, what are the key takeaways of this talk? We looked at that mature orphan drug legislation have been successful in promoting new treatments. I discuss at length and give some figures for Europe and US, but as well, they have a huge impact in Japan, Australia, and other regions. EU legislation has worked very well for rare disease that need a stable regulatory environment, so any change could have potential impact in the number of approvals in the near future. Regulatory and economic incentives are needed to promote new treatments. New incentives should be created to promote new treatments in the areas of rare disease and support especially universities and SMEs. Reduction of incentives will reduce investment in new treatments. New local policies are needed to promote new treatments and access. The problem of access is multifactorial and mainly depends on the different factors at national level, because then the drug is approved, but then you have to prove to your HTA bodies that your data is meaningful for them. And thank you very much for your attention. So any questions?
Many thanks, Pedro. It was lovely to hear from you. We are now going to take a short break for coffee. Any questions, sorry, from the audience? I'm clearly needing my caffeine. Michelle.
I cannot hear the question.
It's not a question. Just it's a reflection going back to more the first session where you had the panel discussion, and I think something that really resonated with me when the pandemic first hit, I remember being on one of the Eurordis meetings and Anna Rath talked about, you've already mentioned it, Sheila, but that kind of synergy between the pandemic and the experience of people with rare diseases. But I think if each and every one of us goes back and reflects on how we felt at that point when the pandemic hit, when we were not able to go out of our houses, when we were fearful for our lives almost, didn't know what the future held for us, weren't able to socialise with family and friends, weren't able to do the things that we were so used to doing, that gives us a slight glimpse of what people living with a rare disease experience on a daily basis. And I think if we all can reflect on how we felt at that point, yes, rare diseases individually are rare, but cumulatively to a health system, they are huge. And so, I understand the challenges of trying to make individual medicines available, because that is when you've got individual, medicines and for very rare conditions. But cumulatively, as we talked about yesterday, people living with a rare condition experience many very similar issues, challenges. And so actually, we should all be reflecting on how we felt at the point of that pandemic and thinking about how can we change and make the systems better, not just for access to medicines, but for access to care and everything else that goes with it. Because if we can do it when it affects every one of us and we're all terrified, we should be reflecting on how that feels for every single person living with a rare condition.
Yeah, absolutely. Point well made, Michelle. Any other questions or reflections? In which case, Pedro, I am allowed now to ask people to go for coffee. Thank you
Yes.
very much indeed
Thank you
for joining us virtually.
Thank you very much.
I believe coffee's outside as before, and then we are back in, is it 20 minutes? About 20 minutes. Daniel, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can now.
Ah, perfect. We can see you and hear you now.
Awesome.
I'm going to hand over to you.
Cool. Thank you for inviting us here. Again, apologies for not being able to make it. I went to bed with the trains half cancelled when I woke up this morning to everything being cancelled due to the storm. So again, my apologies for not being there. I'm just going to share my screen so we can get going. So you should all be able to see that. So the title of the talk today is really to talk through how high patient engagement and standardized data is achievable in the rare disease space. So I'm going to talk through a few topics about why data standards are important, why patient engagement is important, and how that's all doable. So we can really look at a way we can develop kind of data sets to really make a difference in our communities. So I'm going to move on very, very quickly. For me, that gave an introduction to who we are at Pulse InfoFrame. So I'm the head of business development and patient advocacy there. As I mentioned yesterday during the presentations, I'm also a rare disease charity founder, and that was for Tay-Sachs. So I feel I'm uniquely positioned to understand what the rare disease communities really need, especially when it comes to patient engagement and how their data can be utilized to drive forward the drug development process for the rare disease, but also the kind of the issues we have within the industry on actually collecting the data and then how that can be used. And that's why I'm very excited to be at an organization like Pulse, where really we are pioneers and leaders in developing patient registries. So we have a huge global network, again, as Famida said, with 80 plus sites, and we developed registries in the rare and oncology space, such as CDKL5, Poland syndrome and the like. I'm really excited that this is a product that can really make a difference because it can be utilized through that whole drug development process from kind of the beginning and early stages all the way to the end. And I'll touch on that and why that's actually so important. So I think the very first thing to consider is, why are patients so important? And we hear this all the time about patient centricity, about putting the patient in the forefront of the conversation and the like. And actually, we need to realize that patients really play a key role in all aspects of clinical studies. They can be the experts, they can be the guiders, they can help understand the disease, because really they're the ones who are living with that condition day in and day out. And this is, we're taking this from Eurodis, and as many of you will know, this is the patient journey through diagnosis, the famous diagnostic odyssey. And you see this squiggly line here. Many of us have been through that journey. We're either receiving that diagnosis for ourselves or for our loved one. And what you'll see here, and what I don't think people fully appreciate, yes, this journey is incredibly long, but actually the knowledge that can be gained by the individual all the way through that process. So this is a person who will be speaking to multiple professionals, multiple or specialists in different areas. It could be physiotherapists, it could be dietitians, it could be metabolic specialists, it could be anyone, all through that process. And they're gaining information and knowledge. And that's something really that shouldn't be lost, because that person understands, one, what they're going through as an individual, and two, they can actually educate back out, not just to their community, but also to their doctors and other healthcare professionals they visit. So by the time they get to the actual diagnosis, they should be imparting their knowledge back to people. And this is something that personally that we experienced with my daughter with Tay-Sachs, is that we would go to the first few kind of 12 months of appointments. We would have to tell the story every time. And it got to the point of, why are we telling the same story to different people? We should be able to standardize this, because it's wasted kind of 10 minutes of that initial appointment. And the knowledge gained here on this odyssey is very important, because this is what all rare disease patients are told, that you'll become the expert of your rare disease. And I think this is what we need to be appreciative of, especially in industry, that the people we are dealing with are experts. They're being told by someone who's had multiple years of experience in their kind of sphere of rare disease. They're still being told by that person that they're going to be the rare disease. And to be honest, as I said, any doctor who diagnoses a rare disease patient will push this back. And if you're going to tell someone they're going to be the expert, then they need to be treated like they are the expert. which is why the whole idea behind patient engagement is so important, that we look at the patient as that source of information. I quickly did a Google search just to look, actually thinking about books written by patients telling their story. And there are so many. Some of these are fantastic stories about how they overcame their disease or their condition, how they learned to live with it, the things they learn. And again, this is just a very simple Google search that shows that this amount of books written by people out there, and this is knowledge that everyone can utilize, especially when they're looking at data, because at the end of the day, the data we want to collect is the data that's relevant to that condition. And where can you get that information from? You can get that from the patient. I think the way the world has moved now, that we're taking on board more of what the patient is telling people, in the sense that we want to develop and collect PROs, for example, that are relevant to the patient and their condition, not what we as clinicians or we as industry think is important. Because when we go to regulators, they are the ones who are asking, well, where is the impact on the patient? Has the patient voice been included here? And this is where we need to make that step. And I think a lot of companies are now appreciating that's important, but we can also do this within the data we collect. So when we're collecting information, we're collecting what's important to the patient, so we can see trends and changes of any treatment they may undergo. And I was doing a bit more research about patient engagement and what does it mean to be an empowered patient. And I think this is really, really important, because it's defined as a process through which people gain greater control over decisions and actions affecting their health. And for me, again, this is really important, because we look at asking patients to take part in clinical studies, and we touched on this yesterday during the event, about making sure that people who take part in a clinical study know what's expected of them and what's going to be expected when they take part in it, and giving them the right information so they can make the right decisions is absolutely vital, because it empowers them. An empowered patient can make a huge difference to any community, not just for themselves, but also the community at large, because they can make a difference working with the clinicians and industry. And this came out of the Patient Empowerment Network of the 7 essential components to patient empowerment. And lots of these are things we need to consider. Information, obviously, health and digital literacy, self-efficacy, and respect, decision-making, and a facilitating environment. And actually, if you bring this all together, underlying this can be the information that's actually collected. So the data, to make sure you collect the right information on the patient and store it in a very structured and secure way that can then be utilized in clinical studies, because that empowered patient will give their information if they can see the reasons as to why they're being asked to share. I think this is something I'm going to touch on in a bit, to highlight that the patient really wants to be part of that process, but sometimes I think we don't give them enough information to make their informed decisions. So we say we empower them, but in reality we don't, because we don't share why you need to take part in a clinical study, why you need to take part in a natural history study, why you need to contribute your data to a global registry, what are the reasons and why you're doing it. And one of the things we do at Pulse is ensure that we can push back to those who take part in the registries information that's collected, so they can understand demographics of those people with a similar condition. They can understand whether their symptoms are common or uncommon within their community, and how that can actually be tracked over time. And once you start giving back to people, you get their buy-in to a project such as a registry, which can be a long-term initiative. So not looking at collecting information at one time point. We want to collect it over a period of time. So we really, really, really need their buy-in, that this is something they all commit to. And the way to commit to them is to empower them with the information that we can give back that's collected within the registry. The next, the key point of the presentation really is to look at why data standards are important. And for us at Pulse, we really believe that aligning all data is absolutely vital. Unfortunately, real world data hasn't lived up to its potential. That's because it's low quality, it's scattered, there isn't an end-to-end solution, it's not complete. And we looked at these, we did kind of an overview of the market maybe about 12 months ago, looking at the pain points out there. And we look at the data. Unfortunately, data doesn't always adhere to data standards. It can be kept in silos. So it's across multiple systems. Multiple EHRs, for example, store their data in different ways. Clinicians may have their own database, advocacy may have their own database, researchers may have their own database, but none of it is actually brought together. And when you then do the step to try and bring it together, it's collected in very, very different ways. It can be in a secure system, it can be an unsecure system, it could be in Excel, it could even be written down. This data is all valuable, but we need to some way to actually bring it together. And this is where we're really finding a problem, that the issue is how we can bring these different data sets together into a single platform. And this is where this lack of an end-to-end solution means multiple platforms have been required in the past. And what we want to do is ensure that incomplete data in these platforms can actually be all pieced together to allow you the complete picture of the patient and the community. Because as soon as we have that, we can start doing that kind of really cool data initiatives now where we build control arms, so you don't need a placebo arm of a clinical study, which we all know and I'm passionate about you shouldn't be having in the rare disease community, because the numbers are so low, you can lose patients because they're not going to want to take part in a study where they could be in a 1 year, 2 year placebo. They're going to want the treatment straight away. And the sad fact here is when someone's put on a study like that, they will drop out. And once they drop out, we run into this problem where the clinical trial fails, not because that particular drug doesn't work, it fails because the clinical trial design wasn't done properly. And this goes back to that question of data. If you had the right data, you wouldn't have been in that position. And I think we're seeing now that companies are appreciating they need to do much more intense natural history studies showing the impact of the disease so they can do these new kind of trial designs with control arms. The other real big issue when it comes to data standards is there's so much terminology out there: OMOP, CDISC, HIPAA, GDPR, ODESI, and it can be mind-blowing, especially from the advocacy side, because you'll walk into a room and these will be thrown at you. And really the important one that we need to look at is the OMOP. And I know Famida touched on this yesterday, this common data model that's been developed by ODESI is all about the way to characterize and structure data. And this can allow you to provide data in a regulatory ready format. And what that literally means is you will be regulatory ready within your study when you have the export of data. It's that real critical first step in defining that data that can be used for these real world data initiatives. And one of the big things here is it's able to, with OMOP, is to bring in data from multiple sources. You can transform it into that common data model so everything can be used for analysis, for the methodology and the results. And the way to do that is a platform that's established and built in that way. So within Pulse, we have a centralized infrastructure, the way we've been developed. We have a common data elements, we call them. You see at the bottom box here. And this is where is information that's across all diseases and registries. They're very simple demographics, patient history. And then what we're able to do is build back to start collecting more specific data elements depending on who you're working with. So we have disease-specific data elements, rare neuro data elements in these examples, and then neurodegenerative and neurodevelopmental. In GM1 and GM2 was the LSDs, and Rett and Angelman here, vision developmental conditions. We can actually group them collectively with these common data elements. It just means things are much easier and the structure of the data is done together. The old way was to have individual registries, and those individual registries are in different systems, and the way their data is stored, the way their data is structured is completely different. And when you come into then trying to bring it together, you run into huge problems. And this is what we're trying to answer with the Pulse platform, is having one standardized platform. It will allow you to do much more deeper analysis and have a single centralized infrastructure. And then when it comes to industry, it means you can have one platform for your entire pipeline rather than having individual registries for each of the areas you're looking into. And what we like to look at is, for those of you who know, this is Wreck-It Ralph, one of the Disney films, is having that central platform. This is really important because we want to bring everyone together so we can do that kind of group analysis on the aggregated data, then do much more specific. So in this case, as the trains go out, and our platform approach really, we think, is going to make a difference as things move forward, as more and more companies and more advocacy, more patients want to contribute their information. So the next part I want to touch on is patient engagement and data. What is this and how it's done? So we all know, and I mentioned before, what's the key to engagement? The real key here is to identify who you're actually speaking to. Everyone has a different need. Everyone has a different message. And if you try to do a one size fits all, you'll run into a problem. So when we look at the messaging and you define who you're working with, patients, for example, need direct interaction to understand why they need to provide their information and their data. That's actually quite different to the parent carers because they need different messaging and support to why they should be providing information for their loved one. And then for advocacy in this case, we want them to advocate for data sharing within their community into a single platform. And actually, we then need to develop that across the globe. So run into all these different messages that we need to bring together because we have to get people on board within the registry to actually make it useful. The thing is about the rare disease space is the patient numbers are so small, we can't really afford to be having different companies and different advocacy and different people holding their own data sets. As I mentioned before, we need to bring them together on a central platform to make that information more powerful, because the more data we have on a rare disease, the more insights we can have. And then actually when we go to regulators, they'll see the patient numbers do exist. It's not a very small snapshot. What's here and very important is that one size does not fit all in terms of the messaging. So we need to make sure that the messaging is individualized for those people, but they come into that one platform so we can drive things forward. When we look at what you should and shouldn't do with the data that's collected, we look at what you shouldn't do as being much more important here. You shouldn't let it go into a black hole. One of the big problems that we've seen over the years is that people have collected information and data on patient community or industry collected, and it just disappears. No one really knows what's happened to it, where it's stored. There's no kind of interaction. Another big issue is people sometimes don't publish about the data. And that's really bad because people are giving them information, they're not seeing it used at all. Or if it's being used, they're not being told what it's being used for. And it's really important for patients and the parents and the carers to know that the information they've provided has been utilized to drive things forward. It could be in the drug development process. It could be insights in the condition. It could be on the natural history, but at least doing something can make a difference. And these are the two main things that shouldn't be done. And then we look at what you should do. You should share what you found. Obviously, in an anonymized data set, you can use that to really understand about the condition. Are there symptoms that appear that people didn't realize? Is the natural history actually different to what people have written in literature? By sharing it, we go back to the earlier slides about empowerment. You empower the patient community. You get their buy-in that this is a project they should be involved in. And at the end of the day, without the patients, we're not going to have any data. And without the data, there's going to be no registry. With no registry, you're going to struggle to get industry involved. With industry involvement, there's going to be no treatments. And with no treatments, the community is going to be at risk of not having anyone interested in developing things forward for them. And that's really, really important that it's shared back out to the community about what's found. And also, it's very important that communication strategy, I mentioned before about keeping them abreast. It's very important that patients and the parents, the carers and the community are communicated to across different channels, because that way you can get the biggest reach, and the biggest reach means you can then actually get people into the product. And the more people there are, the better that is in utilizing the data that can be used in the clinical studies. So what can be achieved together? And this is where we talked before about bringing the patients, industry, clinicians, everyone together, all those key stakeholders, and what can we actually achieve together? And I think this slide is very important, because anything is possible by working together. I look at the personal example, and I mentioned it yesterday. Tay-Sachs disease 10 years ago had no treatments. We had no industry involvement. We had one piece of research going on, but nothing had moved forward. 10 years later, we've made things possible by working as a collective, by being engaged with industry and clinicians, by developing a patient registry, by utilizing that, showing that patients exist. We have made things possible to have gene therapy trials started, drug repurposing, small molecules, big pharma, small pharma, biotechs. So I really believe that engagement piece is very important. Using good data can make anything possible and actually drive forward treatments. In our case, again, 1 in 320,000, we're incredibly rare, but we have huge industry involvement because we've been collaborative with those companies, but also wanting to drive things forward ourselves. And actually that model has really helped us get to where we are today, which is a very exciting place. when we look at that collaborative model, what's the outcome? A lot can be done in the data that's collected within the registry. You can access to clinical trials. We all talk about precision medicine. What is that? That will be something really exciting, where we'll work out even what mutation you have if you have a genetic condition, to what treatment you should be receiving. That's going to make a big difference as well. We can then use it to develop the right endpoints. Again, this will come out from the natural history. You can work with the industry to understand actually what they may suggest as the most relevant endpoint doesn't meet the needs of the community. And then you can work together either to select or develop an endpoint that's more relevant. And that's where you work with the regulators as well to get them on board. This is an innovative partnership where you're making a difference. And even as far as going to trial design. And one of our examples we used was that one of our studies was to be taking a pill, quite a big pill, 3 times a day. So we said to the company, rather than use a pill, why don't you create a powder? It's easier to ingest as an individual. You can put it into a drink, into food. But also, if you want to be targeting a population where the disease is more severe, in the case of this drug, it's symptom management, you could put it down a feeding tube. That's much easier than crushing a pill and then having to put it down the tube in water. You can just actually put the powder in. That change in the trial design has meant that more people will have and do have access to that drug. And that's with a company who understand that collaborative model and listen to the patient community. And that's only become relevant because of the data we collected to show that early intervention of feeding tubes in children with Tay-Sachs is not necessary just for feeding, it's for a successful medication. So the medication is going straight into the body and absorbed and being utilized, rather than trying to give it to someone who's having swallowing issues. And for us, it's very exciting to have a company who would listen to that. But that would only have been possible by putting that data out by stored within our registry. Another big step then obviously is outcome-based pricing and managed entry agreements. We talked about this yesterday. I won't go over into that in so much detail, but again, the data that's collected within a platform can mean that we can get to the point that we're not having these discussions about access and pricing too late in the day. We'll have the data and the information to make those arguments very early on so we can get drugs approved quickly. And really, this is the power of engagement and data, in that we can develop a platform that can be used in the entire drug development process, from defining very early data dictionary. So this is where you're working out what data and what information should be stored within the registry, develop natural history, all the way to the study design with the protocol, recruitment, and site setup, then actually the conduct during that study. And it allows you to be more agile and you can maximize your recruitment and efficiency. Then the analysis, obviously, within any data platform, you can interrogate the data. And that's really, really important because that can then utilize in the approval and reimbursement process. But that's only really possible if, and we talked about this again yesterday, you start early. And the big thing is, if you don't start early on the data collection side, you're always playing you're chasing your tail, really. And that's where you don't want to be. You want to have a good, solid data set you've been collecting from day one to get that natural history. So you'll be in a position that you can drive forward that kind of study design, that conduct, and the analysis for reimbursement. And that's why the Pulse platform is uniquely positioned in that it can be utilized across the whole drug development process, and not just for reimbursement. It's not just for trial design or not just for natural history. It can utilize all the way across. I just wanted to end on this slide, and I really believe this is important, is that your value will be not what you know, it'll be what you share. So giving back to people the information, the knowledge that you gain about any rare disease is so, so important. Again, that's why a platform that can utilize all different data and the way it's collected will make a difference, because you'll be able to drive things forward, not just for one company, it can be for multiple companies looking in that disease space, but more importantly, you can give back to that community. And when the community is then empowered, you get much better buy-in and support for them on new initiatives, new treatments that may come to the market. And then this is the next step where we all need to make sure that we're giving back to the community information so they can help gain and improve their understanding of their rare disease. So that's it from me. So if you've got any questions, I've got a couple of minutes. Let me know.
Thanks, Daniel. Have we got any questions from the audience? We've got one at the back.
Found it. Thanks for the presentation. Question is, in ideal world, we would have robust registry for every rare disease, but as we all know, registry is expensive and requires quite a bit of expertise. In your mind, when do you think is the right timing for someone to start registry, given the tough funding landscape and also the required expertise?
So when we look at the registries, I mean, I was always advocate for as early as possible, because what you can do, you can save time and money. So if you set up a registry, even an industry setting a registry up, you can get your natural history data in nice and early. You can even go retrospective and then prospective data. It just gives you that complete picture, especially when you go to regulators. It's very common that people will contact us and say, we went to the regulators and we didn't have enough data on natural history. Well, that's because you didn't collect it. So if you plan very early stages, you can then modularize the platform. The way we are set up is you can add different modules as you move forward with the drug development. Even with advocacy, when they set up with us, they can just collect contact natural history data and add to it if and when industry comes in. I think that's really important, because the only way you can get things approved these days is to have a robust natural history data set. And if it doesn't exist or it's fragmented and siloed, you'll really struggle. So, as early as possible will make the biggest difference.
Thanks, Daniel. Any other questions, Michelle?
It's just really a follow-on to that. So if we should be, or if pharma should be engaging as early as possible, what do you think are the barriers that are stopping that from happening? Because all too often we see medicines coming through at phase 3, they've completed their phase 3 trial, they're then starting to look towards their launch, and that's when they're starting to think about filling the gaps. So what do you think are the barriers that stop people engaging early?
I think the platforms and the technology solutions before weren't robust enough, and there was no standardized data sets, there was no models, and the regulators were also weren't so clear on what they're expecting. And now there's a bit more clarity around those kind of situations. I think going forward, people are being much more aware they need to start early. And it's all about forward planning. In many ways, betting that you're going to get to this point of the phase 3, so you're going to need your data set. Some companies won't see the value to investing until they're at the phase 3. But realistically, you should be doing it early, because if you have enough faith in your drug or your compound, you're going to need the data. It's not something that you're not going to need. You're going to need it. So you just need to change the mindset, and that's something we're doing a lot with our clients, is changing that mindset that this is something they need to invest in, and it can't be an afterthought. Because again, this whole rescue coming in at the last minute is very expensive, time consuming, and especially when you're bringing in multiple data sets, it's very, very complex. Start early, you'll save time, and you'll save so much money, and actually a lot of stress as well.
Brilliant words of wisdom, Daniel. Thanks very much indeed. We are, I believe, seeing you a bit later on this afternoon. So thanks very much indeed.
No worries. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Without further ado, we have another speaker who unfortunately couldn't get to the presentation today in person. I'm delighted to welcome Paul Greenland, who's the president of the EMA at Amryt Pharma. Paul, welcome.
Welcome, Justin. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see your slides.
And
Thanks
you can
very
see
much indeed.
I should have started on this one. Okay, so yeah, it's. I think things are conspiring against getting us together. So yeah, whether it was COVID last year or Storm Eunice today, but unfortunately, I think travelling to London was going to be very difficult. So I hope everybody who's actually there is going to be able to make it home safely. So the title of my presentation is Rare and Ultra Rare Diseases, Prioritization and Sustainability. And I'll talk today primarily about Europe. So this won't cover necessarily the global situation, but it's really looking at the situation in Europe. Just to give a bit of background, I'm president of the MEA region at Amryt Pharma. I've been with Amryt Pharma since we were acquired. I was previously with Agerian, and have been working in this area of rare diseases for some time, particularly with the current products that we have in the market in Europe. So just a little bit about Amryt. So the vision is to become a leading global rare disease company by acquiring, developing and commercializing medicines that transform the lives of patients and their families around the world. Amryt has only been in business since 2014. And currently we have 2 products on the market in Europe, with 2 more in the regulatory process. And I think the 2 things that I pick out of there is that we want to focus entirely on rare diseases. So we're not a company that has a rare disease arm and then has other aspects of pharmaceuticals, of non-rare or orphan pharmaceuticals. We want to focus entirely on rare diseases. And the other part is, the reason for doing this is we believe that by working in this area, we can transform the lives of patients and their families. In rare diseases, finding solutions is critical. Most patients, in actual fact, don't have a therapy, don't have some sort of treatment for their disease. And really, it's only companies who are willing to commit to this rare disease space that can actually bring them some sort of a solution. But at the same time, this has to be sustainable. It's got to be an attractive business for Amryt. There's got to be some level of profitability. And we've got to make sure that the rate of return that we can achieve in a rare disease space is at least as good as other areas of pharmaceuticals. Rare disease shouldn't be an area for a company or a public company which is willing to accept significantly lower rates of return than it could get in other areas. So just on the background, and you've probably seen all of this already over the last 2 days, but current treatments really only touch the surface of rare diseases. So rare diseases, as we know, is a broad category, over 7,000 distinct diseases. And these diseases affect small populations. So in terms of rare and orphan diseases, these are defined, depending on whether you're in the US or in Europe, as affecting somewhere below 500 to 600 people per million. So these are rare and orphan diseases. But these become much rarer as obviously we get lower numbers of people per million. So as the prevalence declines, and ultra orphan diseases is a category which is defined as affecting less than 20 people per million. But in actual fact, of those 7,000 distinct diseases, 85% of them actually have a prevalence of less than 1 per million. That's a huge range. So we call it rare and ultra orphan diseases, but in actual fact, a rare and ultra orphan disease that affects 500 to 600 people per million has to be treated completely differently than a disease where you've only got 1 per million or less. We know there are millions of people around the world who are living with at least one rare disease. Majority of these are genetic in origin, so we would expect that a lot of the solutions moving forward are going to be gene therapies. And also 70% of these affect children. In actual fact, around 30% of children with a rare disease will die before their 5th birthday. It's critical that we look to find solutions. But of those 7,000 distinct diseases, only 5% actually have a specific treatment for treating the underlying disease. Okay, that's about 350 diseases. Most patients with a rare disease can only be treated using some sort of symptomatic treatment. This isn't a treatment that's going to necessarily change the course of the disease. It's just going to manage the symptoms. So at AMRIT, we've done some work over the last couple of years, and looking specifically at a report that we put it or that we researched last year, and this was looking at rare and ultra rare diseases, and it's looking at a number of different areas. It's looking at how aware are people of rare and orphan diseases. What sort of issues do we have in relation to access to treatment? And one important element of this report, which you can actually find if you need it on the AMRIT website, one important element of this was a survey of around 5,000 members of the general public. And the key take home here is that the majority of people think that if they were diagnosed with an illness, there's likely to be a treatment available for it. Clearly, that's not correct. Okay, for the more common diseases, for the 350 diseases that do have a treatment, that's the case. But for the majority of rare diseases, there is no treatment. 75% of people agree that governments and health authorities should treat each patient the same, regardless of whether they have a common or a rare disease. 91% said that rare diseases affecting small numbers of patients should have resources allocated to treat and manage them. 93% said that everyone should have the same rights to treatment regardless of the type of disease they have. And 81% said that effective and potentially life-saving treatments should be made available to patients who need them regardless of cost. The reality is that those things are not common in most countries in Europe. And in actual fact, in terms of the availability of treatments, even though treatments are available in Europe, in many countries in Europe, they aren't available through a reimbursement process. So access to those medicines is either very difficult or impossible in many of the European markets. So is the current European landscape sustainable for medicines that treat rare diseases? It's a question I think many of us will have asked. And there are certain pros and cons to this. I think certainly incentives for orphan drugs have certainly helped to drive innovation and development of new drugs over the last few years. And certainly things that have been put in place to help defend market exclusivity, to give extensions to market exclusivity, to prevent entry of other products to treat that particular disease, have given manufacturers of pharmaceuticals or developers of pharmaceuticals the incentive to be able to invest in developing drugs in these areas. We also know that the cost of developing new drugs in these areas is lower than for an orphan drug than it is for non-orphan. The estimate from Burdud et al. Suggests that it's about 4 times less expensive to develop a drug in the orphan disease space than it is in the non-orphan space. And that's primarily due to the small size of the studies, the number of clinical studies that are required, etc. There's also been development in the HTA processes. So several European countries have adapted to recognise the challenges of reimbursement approval for orphan medicines. For example, here in the UK, the NICE have developed an HST process, a highly specialised technology process, to try to manage the differing issues associated with small prevalence markets. However, there are plenty of cons. So the term rare or orphan is very broad. And to some extent, where you've got a range from 5 to 600 per million down to less than 1, there's a disadvantage potentially for medicines that treat very, very small populations. And the majority of rare diseases, we know, have a prevalence of less than 1 per million. As it was explained in the previous presentation, the conducting clinical studies in low prevalence diseases is very challenging. It leads to a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of that uncertainty is far beyond the level acceptable to most HTA processes. And the reason for the uncertainty is the small number of patients that are often able to be recruited into studies, the fact that a lot of those studies in actual fact end up by being open label single arm studies, which is not something that's easy to work with in an HTA situation. And the populations can often be very heterogeneous. So because these studies often take all comers because the very rare prevalence, then you get very heterogeneous populations. And the small populations make investment impossible if prices are aligned with those for more common diseases. So where HTA processes haven't been adapted and the rare and ultra rare medicines have to compete to some extent in an HTA process which is designed for non-orphan, then it makes it very difficult to establish a price which is acceptable. Cost effectiveness thresholds in most HTA processes don't adequately address target population sizes. So the HTA processes will have, in many cases, some form of cost effectiveness threshold or a maximum threshold. And often this doesn't address very small populations. And reimbursement decisions for orphan drugs are often slow. In France, for example, the average delay between marketing authorization and reimbursement for an orphan drug is 618 days. A year and 8 months from getting your marketing authorization to getting approval for reimbursement is excessive. And it certainly, France is not the worst country in Europe for that delay. So if we look at this on a very simplistic basis, and I apologize to those health economists who find this too simplistic, but if we look at assumptions around the price and the volume relationship, we see that these are critical in assessing the investment attractiveness. Medicines to treat patients with a rare disease are impacted heavily by cost effectiveness thresholds, which make it almost impossible to reach an agreement in an HTA process on reimbursement. So the graph shows the line of the treatment patients or the prevalence against the cost per patient. And as the treatment or the number of patients to be treated declines, you would expect that the required cost per patient will have to increase. As we get to very diminishing numbers of patients, we would expect fairly high, if not very high prices per patient to be able to make this a cost-effective investment. If you overlay that then with a cost effectiveness threshold, and that could come at any point, but if you put in there a cost effectiveness threshold, there is going to be a group of patients at the very far end, the small number of patients or the small prevalence of patient group, where it becomes almost impossible to get within that cost effectiveness threshold. Exactly what that number is difficult to define and will vary by individual disease. But there is a group of patients in very, very rare diseases who are going to be disadvantaged by health technology approval processes where you have a maximum cost effectiveness threshold. Okay, so on to reimbursement in terms of the European situation. And these are a couple of graphs taken from IQVIA. They relate to a time period for drugs which were approved between 2015 and 18. And it takes a snapshot in 2019, looking at the availability of those drugs in various different European markets, and how long it takes to actually get reimbursement. So of the 54 orphan products which were approved between 2015 and 18, by 2019, they'd been approved in only 21, or only 21 of those on average were approved across most of the European markets. And you can see Germany had the most number of products approved, but there were several countries in Europe that had none of these products in actual fact approved, even after some of the products had been on the market and approved in Europe for more than 4 years. So from a reimbursement perspective, only around half of the products are ever approved for reimbursement in the European markets. And we'd already mentioned France with an approval timeline of 618 days. But you can see a huge range in the time from approval by the EMA, or by the time we get EC approval, to the time at which reimbursements are approved. And many countries are taking a year and a half, even 2 years to approve products. And at the same time, are in many cases not approving all of the products that are actually approved in Europe. So are orphan drug policies in Europe unsatisfactory? And here I refer to an article from 2014. So it was by Drummond and Towns. It's actually been updated over the last couple of years as well. But in this article, it states that orphan drug policies are unsatisfactory when viewed from almost all perspectives. And pharmaceutical manufacturers have responded, as I mentioned before, to the incentives for research, but in actual fact have found that in many cases, funds aren't available to pay for the therapies once they've developed. So despite the incentives for market exclusivity that have driven a lot of innovation in this area, once those products are fully developed and once they've been registered in Europe, in many cases, they're not actually approved for reimbursement. And patients find that although therapies are available for many rare conditions, access to care in their country is sometimes restricted. I think from the previous slide with the IQVIA data, it's clear that for many patients in many European countries, they don't have therapy available, even though it may be available in other European countries. And it's a difficult situation because those funding healthcare find that most orphan drugs within the criteria of their HTA process don't justify for funding based on standard value for money criteria. Yet they also face political problems, and to some extent, and particularly in the light of patient advocacy pressure, they may face political problems if they fail to provide funding for therapy. So there is a little bit of a stuck between a rock and a hard place for those funding healthcare, that the current systems often don't justify funding, but they have pressure to fund, even though that's a challenge in the current situation. So overall, without changes in current policies, and this is related to 2014, but I think it's as relevant today as it was then, in fact, probably more relevant. Without changes in current policies, pharmaceutical companies will eventually cease responding to the incentives to develop orphan drugs. And they will, because they're increasingly uncertain whether the drugs, if they're developed, will be reimbursed. Most of the models that would have been used for developing the investment criteria, in actual fact, will have assumed a certain reimbursement and a certain price. If companies have spent millions of dollars on developing drugs, it's unlikely that they're going to continue to do this if in actual fact they don't see the reimbursement situation improving. And in actual fact, because the investment models were often set 5, maybe even 10 years before the current time, you can see that in actual fact, a lot of development that has actually been started, that's been undertaken over the last few years, in actual fact, may not deliver the returns that the companies were expecting. And over time, it is very likely that the industry will stop investing in rare and ultra-rare disease. So to some extent, why are healthcare providers restricting access? Why does it take so long? Why are so many countries not approving drugs for reimbursement? And I think one of the reasons is probably the uncertainty over how much profit is being made by the companies who've developed them. I think there's a real worry about excessive profits in orphan drugs. And healthcare decision makers require some reassurance that the prices being charged by manufacturers are not excessive. A possible benchmark for that is that prices paid for orphan medicines shouldn't lead to rates of return from investments in excess of the pharmaceutical average. And the paper that I'm referring to in this slide is an extension of the work that was done by Drummond and Taus, and it was published by Michael Berdud. And it looks at how to establish a reasonable price for an orphan drug. And this idea that the returns for investment shouldn't be in excess of a pharmaceutical average, I think is reasonable. But I think it's also reasonable to expect that for products that have been developed in this space should not fall below the average for this type of investment. And it proposes adjustments to establish cost effectiveness thresholds that would account for differences in patient populations and the costs of research. So giving some sort of a cost plus or a rate of return approach. The cost effectiveness thresholds would need to be higher for non-orphans for orphans than non-orphans to achieve an equivalent rate of return. And the threshold would also need to increase as the targeted population size decreases. So this should be a variable level rather than a fixed level. So rather than having a fixed maximum, we should have a variable cost effectiveness threshold. But if you take, for example, the current maximum threshold in the NICE HST process, it's around 300,000 pounds as a maximum ISA. And the process would guarantee an average industry rate of return for populations in that situation as low as 64 patients per million. But as we know, there's a huge number of diseases where products are being developed for populations much lower than 64 patients per million. In fact, in the ultra rare space, which is less than 20 patients per million, the HST maximum threshold would not be appropriate. So in their analysis, they looked at this in terms of what would be an appropriate cost effectiveness threshold. So taking into account the rarity of some of these populations, they mapped again the patients per 50,000 here, so a prevalence, and they also mapped the pounds per QALY in terms of the cost effectiveness threshold. And if you overlay that with the current ISA in the NICE HST, it's coming in around 300,000. And you can see that for populations where you've got around 10 patients per 50,000, in actual fact, this is an acceptable maximum ISA. But as soon as your patient population drops below 10 patients per 50,000, it then becomes almost impossible to find a level which would give a reasonable ISA. And in actual fact, for ultra orphan diseases where you've got one patient per 50,000, the actual ISA should be somewhere in the region of £900,000. 3 times the current level that's allowed within the HST process. So just quickly as a case study, at Amryt, we have a product called Mylepta, and I just give this as a case study. It's not necessarily something that that maybe is the same for all products, but certainly for Mylepta, this is a product that's actually been available in Europe in availability for patients for over 20 years. It started off as a product that was actually developed by Amgen, and it's then passed through several different companies over time, and finally has ended up at Amryt. And the product, in actual fact, had been initially given away for compassionate use. Many patients have had free drug over a long period of time, as the various companies who owned the product decided what to do. This has been through the hands of BMS, it's been through the hands of AstraZeneca, and it's only really when it got to Amryt that actually this has become a product that we've been able to get reimbursed. It was actually approved as an orphan medication in 2012. And it was approved for treatment of generalized and partial lipodystrophy by the EMA and the European Commission in July 2018. So that's 3.5 years ago. The study that approval was based on was a single-arm, open-label design, and partly because of the rarity of the patients, and partly because this was a disease which really very little was known about at the time. And in actual fact, that study only had 66 patients. However, that study was enough to gain approval in the US and then approval in Europe. And as we look at the prevalence of patients in lipodystrophy, in generalized lipodystrophy, it varies to some extent depending on the population, but it's expected to be somewhere between 0.2 and 1 patient per million, so very rare. And in partial lipodystrophy, somewhere between 1.7 and 2.8 patients per million. The reality is, after 3.5 years on the European market, only 3 European countries have actually approved Mylepta for reimbursement. The UK, even though it's not in the UK, the UK approved it as well in 2021, but that gives us 4 countries with an actual reimbursement. We do get patients in other countries, but these are not through standard HTA processes, so standard reimbursed processes. And currently we've got around 145 patients treated in Europe. And this gives huge relief to patients with lipodystrophy. There is no other treatment for the underlying causes of lipodystrophy than Mylepta. The problem here is that there are many countries in Europe where this isn't available. So if you're in a country which doesn't have access to Mylepta, there is no treatment available. How can this happen in a European Union where things are meant to be equal? Clearly, the HTA processes in this type of disease are unacceptable, and there has to be some change in the future to allow all patients to be able to get access. So the key takeaways, while standard European incentives to treat rare diseases has greatly supported innovation, there is huge uncertainty, and mainly the uncertainty is around what will be the future reimbursement situation once this product has been approved. So therapies are available in Europe. However, in many cases, patients find that access is either slow, restricted, or unavailable. As with the case with Mylepta, 3.5 years after it was approved, only 3 countries actually have the product reimbursed. So most orphan drugs don't justify funding based on standard value for money criteria. Medicines to treat ultra-orphan diseases are disadvantaged by current cost effectiveness thresholds in most HTA process, and that has to change. There's an urgent need to adapt current reimbursement processes, and really, these should take into account rates of return. This shouldn't be linked solely to current cost effectiveness criteria. And without changes in current policies, as we've already stated, pharmaceutical companies will eventually cease responding to incentives. And really, unless there is less uncertainty around funding, then in actual fact, patients with rare and ultra rare diseases will be the ones who suffer because therapies won't be available. So with that, I'll end. I think I may have run very slightly over time, so I'm not sure whether you have any time for questions, Jocelyn.
Paul, we are very, very close to the wire, but I'm going to allow one question. I have loads to say to you, but I'm going to keep very much stum, given I'm from Nice. Michelle.
So yeah, I guess it's maybe just a question around, so I think what you talked about in terms of increasing the cost effectiveness thresholds, we talked earlier about the pandemic and how things happened throughout the pandemic. And there was a recent study that actually looked at the value that we placed on a life during the pandemic, and it gave a cost effectiveness threshold of £750,000. So I think there's definitely that argument there, but I also think that we need to have some robust understanding of how willing the public are to pay more for these medicines. And I think that we've got these surveys. You've obviously highlighted the survey. I know there's a survey from the BIA that talks about being able to pay more. But when people are answering those surveys, do they really understand, you know, what it is they're going to have to trade off to be able to pay more for these medicines? So I guess I would say I think we need to have, you know, it's a long time since the NICE Citizens Council report, and I think probably what we need to do is we need to have a way of getting an unbiased view of how much people in the public are willing to pay, and that should probably be directed through academia, I think, to be able to really understand this, because it's such a big challenge, and it's a big area that we need to try and address, because obviously in a system with finite resource, it would be amazing to be able to give, you know, all that money to a rare disease, but also we have to think about how we balance it. So I suppose it's more of a comment really than a question.
Yeah, and I think in response to it, because it was a comment rather than a question, but I agree with you. I actually think that this is a debate that needs to happen. I think, unfortunately, from an investment perspective, companies are having to make decisions around, do I invest or don't I invest, many years before they actually get to a point of being reimbursed. And I think as we look at the current environment, particularly in Europe, a lot of companies are making decisions not to invest. Gene therapies are going to come through, and these will be hugely challenging over the next few years in terms of how do we find an appropriate funding route. But the idea of a rate of return, I think, is something that has to be considered, because not only do we want to make sure that these products are available, we also want to make sure that they're fair and that the companies who are developing it are not making excessive profits. But what you also have to expect is that the companies who are developing them are not charities either, who are developing these products and in actual fact, once they're developed, have no market for them, or at the end of the day have to give them away at substantially below the rate of return that they would normally expect. So I think it's a huge debate, but it has to happen quickly, because otherwise the therapies won't be developed. And so we'll be talking in 10 years' time at this conference, and in actual fact, there won't be products coming through the reimbursement or the regulatory pathway.
Thanks very much, Paul. We don't really have time. Apologies for another question, but I'm very grateful for your time this afternoon, and hopefully next time we will see you in person.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have the drawbacks we've had. Anyway, thanks very much, everybody, and I wish you a great afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you. Slightly over time. It brings me. Gives me great pleasure to now welcome Zizi. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, am I? Amatobehe, is that right? Have I got? to Bebe, to talk to you. Zizi is from Ergomed. Some of you met her yesterday, and I'd like to welcome her on stage.
I need to strap something on. I'm fine. Okay, fantastic. All right, thank you so much for having us here. And I'm going to be speaking today about strategic considerations that impact rare disease drug development. Okay, as she said, I'm Zizi Imat-Bebe. I'm Senior Vice President of Global Strategy and Development Rare Diseases. I also head our new Rare Disease Innovation Center. I've been in the industry for about 30 plus years. I have a combined background of clinical development, consulting, and commercial. So I actually look at the asset really from end to end and have worn many of those shoes as well. I'm also very heavily involved in working very closely with biotech sponsors in particular to help them understand challenges in their rare disease drug development and really looking at solutions that we can offer for those companies. I put something a little personal about myself, so it's not just all of that. So I'm home based in Atlanta. I'm a mother of 4 boys. I always joke that we couldn't figure out how to make any girls, so we just made 4 boys. And that's my family over there, keeps me grounded. One of my courses is actually rare diseases. It's an area that I'm very passionate about, as well as clinical trial diversity. So today I'm going to be talking to you and giving you a quick overview about the market. I know you've heard a lot about the rare disease market already, and then kind of delving really quickly about the key strategic considerations, really based on experience from working with so many companies on what we have seen that actually helps guide biotech and pharmaceutical companies as they plan their rare disease program. And then talk a little bit about innovations if we have some time, and then tell you about our new Ergomed Innovation Center, which we're very excited about. And we think that it's also, part of the solution in our rare disease drug development problems anyway. So in terms of the overview, very quickly, we've already seen this, so I'm not going to go too deeply about that. We know that rare diseases are usually defined by the number of patients with a particular condition in that region. So these are facts that you know already. And of course, that, one of the biggest things is that there are not many treatments for rare diseases. So probably about only 5%, as the previous speaker said, have any form of treatment. So what does this actually mean? I mean, it means to us that there is a very high unmet need in this space. I think that's why you see that there's a lot of development in this space. When we look at like industry reports, for example, and you look at how rare is growing, the industry reports say that the rare drug development is growing on an average about 12 to 14% per year. Now, non-rare drug development is about 6 to 7%, so it's almost double. And then if you look at the rare disease drug development, or just total drug development in general, rare diseases account for about 1/3 of them. So there's a reason why, because there's a huge unmet need. I think yesterday we were talking during the panel about, why, what kind of, indications are companies looking at. Now, a lot of work is being done in the rare space, and it's being done in oncology because there is a huge need to be innovative in this area. As you know, most rare diseases are genetic. So this is a huge area where we can actually leverage a lot of innovations because of the kind of diseases. So I want to delve into strategic considerations. And again, I've gone through my first slides very quickly because this is general and common knowledge, so that we'll have some time to talk more about the strategic considerations and then our innovation center at the end. So I really enumerated a number of them. I put about 9 of them. And this is, again, from years of just doing this and talking with sponsors all the time. It's part of what I do all the time. It's like talking with small biotech companies. Okay, I'm looking to, start a new program. I'm trying to bring this asset to the market. I just came out of the clinic. What do I need to do? Or I'm in phase 1, going to phase 2, phase 3. What do I need to look at? So this kind of gives a bit of a roadmap as to the key building blocks in putting together a rare disease drug development program. One of the first things, obviously, is integrated planning. And simply what that means is that looking at various components, many early stage companies are usually focusing on milestones, the next clinical readout, because there's such a crunch for money. You know that, I know that, so many times that long picture is really not there. But the reality is that as you start very early, you do have to look at important components. You need to be looking at things like clinical aspect, which is very common to look at, but also look at regulatory. How about manufacturing, especially if you're going to be bringing a gene therapy or cell therapy to market? That's really important because sometimes it's very difficult to get consistency in those types of products when they're manufactured. And also looking at the non-clinical. So we feel like when you start the process, you have to integrate your clinical planning. You have to look at it as a roadmap from end to end and make sure that you have these key buckets, these key functions, especially early on, accounted for. And the investors are asking for that as well. Even though, the strategies might be different for different companies, depending on what they want to do, they want to see a well thought out plan. They want to understand that what the roadmap looks like. And in so doing, you understand what the obstacles are and how you're going to solve for them. The next thing is to perform a gap analysis. The gap analysis, what it does is provides a really solid foundation, for identifying where your program is and where it needs to be. It's kind of like looking at the roadmap, but with the gap analysis, you're a little bit more detailed. So you're understanding yourself, what stage of development am I in? Am I in preclinical or am I going to phase 1? For example, and what does my data show me? Am I going to change my formulation? Am I going to do different? You need to understand really where are you and then where you need to be at. And also early on in terms of doing that gap analysis, it's very important to think quickly. Are you going to plan a proof of concept? Because with many small companies, they have to decide what their strategy is. Are they thinking, okay, I'm going to license this product or I'm going to take it all the way out? So they are thinking in that way. And in doing that, the proof of concept is really important because it helps them make that go or no go decision. Again, I've talked about the strategy. Early on, have to define that. We were talking with a client just early on this morning who's also trying to do something new, bring a new asset. I'm like, what is your strategy? Have you thought about it? And they're like, yeah, we're thinking about it. This is something that we might want to do. So that's really important starting early on, that you can at least have an idea of what the strategy is. It might change, but it's good planning to have these considerations in mind. The other thing is understanding what the key priorities are at each stage. You see, at each stage of development, there are certain strategic questions that really need to be answered. And we need to make sure that you understand what's happening at that stage. And these are just a tiny bit, a few examples that I just put in there. I don't think I can even go through all of them, but I just want to mention some of them that we will be aware of. So prior to phase 1, for example, you also want to understand what regulatory agency will you be opening an application in. We talk about rare diseases, and we in the US, or if you look at the rare disease market in general, the US actually accounts for about 60% of the rare disease market. And when you compare UK, Germany, and France, the US is 3 times UK, Germany, and France. So most companies really, when they are trying to get into the market, a lot of times they're looking at in the US. They're trying to open an application. They're trying to do an IND. So you decide, where do you want to open your application? If you want to open your application in the US, then you need to prepare for that. You're looking at your synopsis and looking at that integrated plan that I told you. Are you looking at your clinical? Are you looking at your non-clinical? Are you looking at manufacturing, for example, if it's cell therapy? So you address that really upfront. That's quickly. Are you going to be changing that formulation of the trial in any way? Sometimes when small companies or even they say mid-sized companies come in, they have an asset that maybe they acquired from someone and they're thinking about changing it and think it's going to work the same. It may not, so it's very important to understand these salient things going in? Am I keeping it the same? Are there any gaps in the data, for example? Do you understand what the epidemiology is, for example? Do you understand what the treatment of care is? Does it vary in different countries? That can happen, especially if you have drugs, as we've heard, that are being approved at different rates, right? So is there a different standard of care? Because you have to plan for these things. You have to think about these things early, and that's going to affect down the line when you start to make your value statement. The other thing is when you get to like phase 1, for example, is a good place to start thinking. Are you going to look at biomarkers? You know, we've talked about the genetic nature of rare diseases. Biomarkers can help in terms of identifying disease or disease progression and helping, you know, that's key. And it's interesting, but I tell you about 60% of the time, most sponsors are not even thinking about biomarkers earlier. Yeah, they're really not thinking about it. So, and the other thing is, have you established a scientific board? You know, we find that with many companies starting out rare disease drug development, especially when you're in places like California, most of the companies they were virtual before the pandemic hit. So they were, you know, masters at being virtual. You have 2 people, but they've raised a lot of money. They have Series A, Series B, Series C funding, and they're a company, they're good to go. But, you know, do you have a scientific advisory board that can guide you? Have you started talking to the key opinion leaders in your area so that you can validate the assumptions that you have in terms of what you believe the disease area looks like, what the patient journey should be like, and what some of the needs are? You know, we talk with clients all the time, and it's like, okay, this is great, you know, and I think for me, you know, just being that combined scientist and business person, I wear both hats all the time as I'm thinking, you know, because I've been a scientist, I've developed the drugs, I've walked on the bench, and, you know, I've been on the other side. I'm like, okay, this is great, but have you actually thought, what are you trying to solve for? Why should a patient do your study? Why should a site want to run your study, especially a large academic center? They have many other studies to offer. What are you bringing that's going to be different? What do you think that this drug is going to do that the other drug is not doing? Have you thought about that? Or is this just something that's, you know, great? And, you know, you think you want to ask those questions. And then when you get to phase 2, you need to understand, are you going to be supporting or are you going to be reporting patient outcomes? See, these things start setting you up, because when you get to phase 2, you're looking at proof of concept. You're setting yourself up for phase 3, because that's going to help you when you start putting together your value dossier or putting together your justification for the value. Are you doing that already in phase 2? And, you know, as interesting or as it sounds, but again, many times you don't see some of these questions being asked, especially when you're looking at, you know, growing biotech companies. And then you get to phase 3 is understanding what comparative effectiveness are you doing. Now you have to put your money where your mouth is and to say, okay, I've proved the concept and this is the proof, you know. And then at that time, obviously, you have to expand, because you have to be able to show that this drug works in different populations. And especially now with the push to increase clinical trial diversity, early on also, you really have to be thinking about that. So I think what I want to show is that in planning a rare disease drug development program, there's so many strategic questions that need to be asked. And the earlier you ask them and address them, the better it's going to be for that drug development program as it goes down the line. The other thing is understanding the therapeutic and the commercial landscape. You know, there was a drug that launched, I think, in either 2020 or 2019. And it was a HAE drug, so it's common knowledge, so I can talk about it. But, you know, this drug launched into the market. And as it launched into the market, they already established HAE treatments. Now, granted, most of them are, you know, they're injections. You have to give yourself an injection, but they're very effective, you know. They show effectiveness of almost 90% in reduction in attacks. And you know, HAE can be fatal, and attacks can occur at any time, anywhere. And so now this biotech company comes up with a new HAE drug, but it's a pill. And so they think, you know what, this is a pill. And so it's going to be more convenient for patients. So they're going to like it. They're not going to like the fact that they have to will get an injection every 2 weeks, and they actually have to have, a healthcare professional give it to them because of anaphylactic reactions and things like that. So they launched this product, this pill, and they're very excited. But the problem is the pill only has an efficacy of about 50% attacks. Now, which HAE patient is going to take that chance? 50% of the, I may be in the middle of doing something and I can have an attack, especially if it's some in the airway, that can be fatal. So of course they struggled a little bit with that drug. So knowing things like that up front is really important. Is there an unmet need in that? Probably there wasn't an unmet need in terms of the pill. If we had a pill that was at 90%, then maybe it would make sense, but not a pill at 50% and an injection at 90%. What was valuable to the patients? That was important to understand that. What was the critical value driver? That wasn't fully understood. The other thing is, as companies plan for their drug development, you also have to understand, is there a competing therapy right now in development that could alter the standard of care? That's critical, and I think sometimes, many times, as scientists or any scientific world, we're not really looking at that big picture. We're just trying to raise funds early on, trying to raise funds and all of that. But you have to look at the big picture. Is there a competing therapy that can impact the standard of care? Because if it is, as the drug is coming out, you can be sure that, it will face competition. You may not get it reimbursed, as our speaker was saying the other time. And what's the environment going to be like when you launch? What's the environment going to be like when you launch? Is your product going to have an actual differentiator? Because you got to think about that. So early on, you see, if you start to think about this, then you start to see how you can build value even into your design, your clinical trial design itself, to make sure that it's giving you it's giving you the answers to the questions that you have. The other thing is engaging with regulators early and often. The FDA has become, especially, and I know the EMA as well, has become really, really friendly to small biotechs and pharmaceutical companies in general. You can plan a scientific advice meeting with them. You tell them, I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z. You plan ahead with them. They're happy to sit with you, look at your protocol, give you advice, give you guidance. And you can see, even from industry, in 2020, actually, 31 drugs of the 53 were rare disease drugs. In 2020, we had over half. So you can see that a lot of the drugs that are being approved now are rare diseases. And the FDA and many agencies and many bodies are working really hard to be able to do this. And they've put together various types of expedited pathways. So engage with the regulatory agencies often, engage with them early enough. Plan those scientific advice meetings. They're free. It's just the planning and the preparation for it. And then many of these regulatory agencies, for example, have expedited pathways. And you can ask yourself, which, you can find out which one can you do. At best, of course, get the orphan drug designation, which you need. That's it's good for you. Are you going to do fast track? Would you use a breakthrough designation, for example, priority review, accelerated review? Come to the EMA, the same thing. You've got PRIME, or Japan, Sagikake, I think that's what it's called. You've got all these different types of pathways, and you can see because of these different pathways, it has actually sped up drug development. I was looking at the gene therapy drugs that were out. Just for gene therapy alone, there are about 19 gene therapy drugs compounds of drugs that were out. And most of them had some sort of expedited pathway, or most of them, maybe 50 or 60% of them will use some sort of expedited pathway. And you can ask about that. If you do scientific advice with the FDA or the EMA early, they can give you guidance, and that will help you also save some time. The reason also why you want to get the advice early is because in general, rare disease drug development actually takes longer than orphan drug development. It takes about 4 years. It's more complex, it's more difficult. So the more advice and the more help that you can get earlier on, the quicker it's going to help you get to market, which is usually the goal of the sponsor. Then working very closely with patient advocacy groups. so important to work closely with patient advocacy groups. You know, most times when a patient gets diagnosed with rare disease, one of the first calls that they make is to their patient advocacy group to find out if there are any other people like me that have this kind of indication. The patient advocacy groups are a great source of information for the patients, and they're also an ally for pharmaceutical companies. You know, yesterday I mentioned that, you know, a few years ago, we had a rare disease drug that was not approved in the US. And the patient advocacy groups banded together and went to the FDA and told the FDA, these endpoints are meaningful for our children. It was in Duchenne's, you know, and, you know, long story short, the FDA eventually, you know, gave in to the patient advocacy group, and that drug is on the market today. Patient advocacy groups are also a good source of information about about that particular disease, you know, because they have all kinds of information about the disease. They can even be a good source for pharmaceutical companies or CROs that are trying to identify patients for that particular illness. Patient advocacy groups are also very powerful. I know a number of them, even in the US, have funding that they provide to companies. You know, a friend of mine leads one of them in California called Cure Duchenne. And one of the things that Cure Duchenne does, they find small to mid-sized biotech companies that are obviously working in Duchenne's, and they fund them, you know. So they're a very, very powerful ally for many reasons. They give you the voice of the patient, they'll give you the voice of the caregiver, which is important in incorporating into your development plan, your rare disease drug, and even into the mindset of the team that's working for you, that this is about the patients. You know, 5%, only 5% have any form of treatment, and 30% of kids will die before they're 5. This is serious business. So the focus needs to be clear on why we're doing this. I'm not going to talk very long on this, but start market access discussions early because we've heard a lot about it, right? So start thinking, you know, it's not too early. I always tell people it's not too early to start thinking about that. Obviously, by the time you're getting to phase 2, 2B, you've done proof of concept, you really need to be thinking about it if you haven't. But are you building value into your plan? What kind of outcomes are you using? Are they clinically significant? You also have to start thinking, are they payer relevant? That's important. And if not, you can start to build that by the time you get to phase 3 to make sure you can answer those questions. And the HTA bodies and groups are also willing to give advice and guidance. So they're a good source as well. But start those discussions early and be aware that you have to build value into your drug development program. Okay, innovations. I don't know how I'm doing on time. I usually don't like running over, but awesome. So I'm just going to go really high level on innovation. So I've put some key innovations that impact rare disease drug development. So one, decentralized trials. You've heard a lot about decentralized trials. In the long shot of it is, you know, we're bringing the trial to the patient as opposed to the patient to the trial. We're making it easy for the patients to get engaged in the trial and to, you know, to stay in the trial. And decentralized trials are really very helpful, especially in rare disease. But I will tell you from experience that most rare diseases are a hybrid. They have some form of decentralization, but they're not usually fully decentralized because, you know, rare disease patients are geographically dispersed, even the sites. So the more we can do to bring the trial to the patient, obviously, the better it is. We've talked about precision medicine as well. So it's precision medicine is exactly as it says, precise medicine, accurately pinpointing that will help to be able to identify the right patient, maybe using biomarkers, and identify individualized treatment. You see a lot of oncology right now. There's a lot of that going in. I mean, you see various types of popular cancers and, oh, it's a rare disease. How is it a rare disease? Because they are narrowing it into something specific that they have already found out. The other thing is artificial intelligence. And if you leverage machine learning, big data, for example, you can answer a number of questions. You can pinpoint the gene, you know, find the genetic mutation. You can increase the speed of diagnosis, for example. You know, you can do a lot with artificial intelligence. So I won't do too much on that because I want to do other things. Oh, and then I wanted to talk about digital health, of course, like sensors and wearables. Those are also very important in this space because you can accurately capture information, clinical outcomes through those. real world evidence, very, very helpful and important in this space, because through real world evidence, especially in the rare disease space, you can gather evidence to help you with like single control arms, which really spares the number of patients that you have to use in a rare disease study. I mean, think about the fact that most rare disease issues are young children. So there's a moral and an ethical issue to using placebo, trials in children. So having like a single control arm is very important. It can help you identify biomarkers, endpoints, you can create registries, etc. I actually have a full detailed talk that I gave on innovation. So, but this is just very high level. So, just to mention that. Then I want to talk to you about our Ergomed Rare Disease Innovation Center. We're very excited to be launching this Rare Disease Innovation Center because we realize that the rare disease drug development is fraught with challenges. And because rare disease drug development is fraught with challenges, this is the reason why we've actually put together the Innovation Center. And also the fact that Ergomed has experience in hundreds of rare disease studies, so we can leverage our experience, we can leverage best practices, as well as work with various innovative partners to solve for these problems. Many of these problems, them, endpoints, they're lacking. Outcome assessments, they're lacking. We don't understand the diseases. So there are a number of things that, we need to be able to solve for here. So what is the Innovation Center? The Innovation Center provides guidance and tailored support to companies focused in the rare disease space. So it's very tailored, but it's a strategic guidance through the development of their assets, from end to end if needed. But we look at various aspects. We partner with various innovative providers as well, people that are cutting edge of technology, using data, getting insights to provide access or solutions to patients. We also are very firm in terms of intelligent trials. We feel like rare disease trials need to be smart. They need to be intelligent. They need to leverage data. What is the best way to actually design this trial? What are we solving for here? What are the best set of patients? Where are they? Who's done these trials before? What are the sites that have actually done the trials? What are some predictive models that we can use to help sponsors plan ahead? So that's what we mean by intelligent trials. Then we've got patient identification. Of course, finding rare disease patients is hard. So we use different sources. We use data, we use outreach, we use advocacy, etc. And then referrals, finding the right physicians. It takes on average anywhere from 5 to 7 years for a rare disease patient to get diagnosed. And they go through many different physicians before they get diagnosed and other healthcare professionals. So they're living in a huge ecosystem that's touched by different people. So we need to understand what those networks are and how we can tap into them. There was a research done by Pharma Intelligence, and they mentioned that 48% of the referrals into a study came from physicians, and another 25% came from patient advocacy groups. So the physicians and patient advocacy groups are really powerful in this space. And then obviously optimizing clinical trial, which is usually the purview of the CRO, making sure that we have systems and models. We have our own operational model, which we call Site Advantage, and it's just specific for rare disease trials, and it really helps rare disease trials go well. I can talk to you about that later. We've talked about decentralized trials, real world evidence, and obviously incorporating the voice of the patient. So important. The patient is such a critical part of our journey and then what we do. This is just an example of how we've integrated with various partners to make sure we can solve, again, our Site Advantage model right in the middle there. Just a little bit about Ergomed. So Ergomed will be 25 years old today, or not today, this year, I guess. We'll be 25 years old. We have a global footprint. We have about 1,400 professionals globally. We've done a number of studies, about 1,800 plus. We're all over the country, all over the world. We have a headquarters here in the UK. We have one in the US. We focus primarily on rare diseases and oncology, which is why we're very excited. And to wrap up, again, adopting the right strategies is very critical. Thinking ahead is very important. And with that, I'd like to say thank you and ask any questions.
Thanks very much, Zizi. That was very inspiring and really, really encouraging. Thank you. Any questions? I can give one question. We're very tight for time this afternoon, but I can give one question. Okay, otherwise, Zizi, we will catch you over the course of the rest of the
Oh,
day.
yes, I was going to say, please, my colleague, Prashant, is back here. Prashant, where is Prashant? He's back here. So we've got a white paper on just this topic, and he's going to hand some out to you, so you can have that. And then also we've got our Ergomed booth. We've got some great gifts out there. We don't want to take them back with us, so please stop by our booth, okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Zizi. Brilliant. In which case, without further ado, because I'm sure you're all wanting to get to lunch on time, I am delighted to welcome Andrew Kim. He's the VP of the International Strategic Operations and General Manager for Global Distributor Markets. Andrew, welcome. You're going to talk to us about the importance of patient identification in the use of precision therapies.
Great, a huge thank you to the Congress organizers for the opportunity to present today. And as mentioned before, I'm the last thing standing in the way from lunch, so we'll try to make this concise. I'm proud to represent Blueprint Medicines. We're a global precision therapy company focused on rare and ultra rare cancers and hematological disorders. Quick note, I will be making forward-looking statements today and express personal views that may or may not represent the views of the company. It was 20 years ago that precision therapy first entered the mainstream consciousness with this new magic drug called Gleevec. It made the cover of Time magazine even. Gleevec was a revolutionary drug at the time. It was an oral medication that potently and selectively targeted the genetic mutational driver of disease. What were people getting before this drug was around? Well, you get chemotherapy by infusion, and that kills basically all fast-growing cells indiscriminately. And so you have terrible side effects. Or you could get surgery or radiotherapy, but due to resection margins, there's always a big cancer left behind. So the Gleevec was really an example, the first example of the right drug for the right patient at the right time. If you take the rare orphan cancer called GIST, gastrointestinal stromal tumors, which are soft tissue sarcomas in the digestive tract, Gleevec worked amazingly well for about 70 to 80% of patients that had the primary KIT exon 11 mutation. That said, though, there's always a subset of patients, and this time there's 6 to 8% of patients that had a different mutation. They had a mutation in the PDGFR alpha exon 18 mutation. And unfortunately, Gleevec doesn't work for these patients because the way the drug was designed, they designed it to work for the 70 to 80% and not the 6 to 8%. It was a conscious choice made by the designers at the time. Hence, following the immense success of this drug, the creators of the drug, the scientists who created Gleevec, embarked on a new journey. And they wanted to apply the same revolutionary principles behind Gleevec, that it was oral, potent and selective, and this time, though, apply it to the ultra-rare mutational drivers of disease. So this time, they want to help the 6 to 8% of patients that Gleevec couldn't help when they first made the drug before. And 11 years ago, they founded Blueprint Medicines in Cambridge, Massachusetts, across the river from Boston. Following this mission-driven creation, the company spent its first 3 years developing a proprietary kinase library that gave birth to the company's first 2 drugs, avapritinib and pralsetinib. And I joined the company in 2018 as part of the first wave of folks to plant the European flag in Europe. And we were in the midst of our first 2 registrational trials for our first 2 drugs. The first was an avapritinib in PDGFR alpha exon 18 GIST. And our second drug was pralsetinib in RET-altered solid tumors. And that was part of a basket study that was looking at tumors of all types, but primarily focused on non-small cell lung cancer. When I joined, the first thing I wanted to do is take a look at the performance of our European clinical trial sites. And wow, it was a study in contrast. The trial going after 6 to 8% sliver of an already rare cancer was completely out-enrolling the trial where we were going after the second most common cancer in all of Europe. If we look at patient numbers, we estimated there are only 100 new patients a year in Europe with the GIST mutation, whereas about 3,000 new patients per year with the lung cancer. That's a 30x difference, right? But then we looked at our sites. We had 7 sites for the trial on the left. All of them had enrolled patients, an average of 3 patients per. And that 23 contributions a long way to get to the target of 33. On the other side, though, we had 9 sites that were open and only 4 of them had found a patient, only averaging around 2 per patient. So getting 9 patients has got a long way to go to 120. As we kind of looked at the difference, well, what's the difference here? It was patient identification. We found that our clinical trial sites on the trial that was on the left, it was just standard of care that when you came in with GIST, they would take tissue sample and they would do the mutational genotyping to figure out whether you fit in the 70 to 80% bucket or you happen to fall into the 6 to 8% sliver. Whereas on the lung cancer side, well, we found out 5 out of 9 of our trial sites weren't even looking for the mutation. So, you could have 1 million patients walk in the door, but if you're not looking for the target mutation, you're not going to enroll anybody. And so that was just the reality of the situation. And so what do we do to fix the problem? First thing we realized is we needed boots on the ground. And so we wanted to hire a team of precision medicine liaisons, or PMLs, concept no one had heard of before. And we hired them in the EU4 and the UK to work closely with our trial sites so that we could identify patients and actually start enrolling in the study. So first question, what is a PML? Well, I'd say it's like a fine Bordeaux or a lower Rhone Valley wine. It's really a meritage of kind of 3 classic big pharma roles. So you have an MSL that calls on the clinician. You have the pathology field liaison that works with the pathology department. And because we were doing everything in a clinical trial context, we needed someone who had clinical trial experience. Now, was there a person out there who did all these 3 things? Absolutely not. But we looked for people who had A+ skills in one of them, at least a B+ in the second, and we could coach them on the third. And so, why did we end up doing this? Well, practically speaking, we didn't have the resources to hire 3 different people per country. So it's kind of out of necessity. But strategically speaking, it worked out well. This PML could walk into a hospital and be able to talk to the principal investigator and the clinicians. And in that same visit, go down to the basement, to the pathology department, and start working with the pathology department to figure out how are we going to test patients, who are we going to test, when are we going to test them. And again, they were able to function in a clinical trial environment, working with external partners like CROs and being able to work with the clinical research associates so that we were able to work harmoniously also with our clinical department. So what was the remit of this team? Well, these were the first people Blueprint had in Europe. So really their primary job was to be the ambassador to Blueprint Medicines and become the trusted science-driven local point of contact in the countries, not only for physicians, but also for the HTA bodies. And then on a practical level, we did need them to start driving patient identification for our active studies. And that's a range of collaborating on solutions with sites to set up robust screening algorithms and diagnostic workflows and spreading awareness within trial sites. Because in a basket study, you may have one principal investigator in a lung department, but there's patients, there's patients that can be found everywhere in the oncology ward. So you need someone who can go around down the corridor and get people excited for the trial. And we also, looking in the long run, wanted to build organic key opinion leader and center of excellence relationships, beyond just the day-to-day activities of a clinical trial, because we wanted to find the sites where we could collaborate with and have lasting scientific impact. So as we got the field team hired, we put them out in the field, and we employed a 3-step diagnostic actually to make sites to be able to identify patients. So the first question, can the site routinely and systematically test for the target genetic alteration? Kind of seems like a really basic question. And you submit the protocol to the ethics committee, you go back and forth with the legal department 5 times, and a year goes by. You open the trial site, and then you talk to them, no. So, I thought this would be a given yes, but actually we found in half our cases it was a no. And if it's a no, well, then the PML needs to get in there and roll up the sleeves. They need to start working with the principal investigator, work with the pathology department, and find out how are we going to test patients for the alteration that we want. And it could be a local solution. So the pathology lab can find ways through NGS technology, FISH, PCR, whatever it takes to be able to do the testing in-house. Or in some cases, if they just can't do it, then we have to send the samples to an external laboratory. We had a strong preference here. I'll use an analogy. Imagine you're in Alaska and you see a starving polar bear cub. You can either give that polar bear cub fish, or you can teach the polar bear cub to fish. Now, one has a lot more short-term benefit, but the other one is harder to do, but at the end of the day is much more sustainable. So we really felt that local testing was really the better solution than having them ship samples during the trial to some magic lab, because when the trial ends, well, they can't send the samples anymore, and then they go right back to the state that they were at before the trial started. So those are some of the things that we wanted to do. So if you can get out of step 1 and finally get the site testing for the right genetic alteration, Then you have to talk about the site dynamics. Like, is the site actually enrolling all the potential eligible patients? And here we have the challenge again in basket studies in particular. Your principal investigator may be a lung physician or lung cancer physician, but in our trial here, it was really it was a head to tail trial. We were enrolling glioblastoma all the way to colorectal cancer. Now, they all sit in different units and they don't talk to each other. So it takes a PML to get in there and get the PI's consent. Hey, can I go talk to the colorectal colleague? Can I go talk to your neuro-onc? And then, make the connections and connect the dots and get people excited for the trial. And because you've got the testing worked out in step one, they're able to send samples and you're able to identify patients. And also cases, we had some cases where we were competing against someone else who had a similar drug. And we found that by having the presence, committing to supporting local testing, we were winning a lot of jump balls, to use a basketball analogy. We were winning a lot of the jump ball patients. And then lastly, it takes a village, right? So you have, in many European countries, you have a kind of a system set up where in France, you have the CHU, the university hospital, but that means there's about 6 different CH hospitals that are not the university that feed into that. So if you've got the testing set up at your hub, you might as well go to the spokes and see if they can refer patients and testing. Because at the end of the day, that patient has to drive an hour and a half. It's not that bad for the patient to be able to make it to the center hospital and be seen. So this is another way of really increasing your catchment area, being able to identify more patients. So how do we do? Well, I'm proud to say after the full calendar year of having the PML team on the ground and everyone walking around with their 3-step checklist, Europe became the top enrolling region. We actually outrolled the United States, who had more trial sites and had no barriers to testing. So sure, we had the immediate term impact of enrolling, being the top enrolling region, but I think more importantly, we made a lasting impact at these sites because they continued to test for this alteration after the trial ended, because we taught them how to fish rather than giving them fish. And I think that means that there's a ton of patients now who've gotten benefit by getting the right drug at the right time rather than being lost and being missed. So I think that's the biggest takeaway from this mini case study. So where are we now? Moving on from these early trial experiences, we're the only biotech company to go from founding to commercialization of 2 in-house products in under 10 years. And building off this incredible development experience, we're aiming to do even more now and make progress in precision therapy and to help patients that are impacted by rare genetic mutations. And we'll be taking a multidisciplinary approach, of which patient ID is one of the key pillars, but along with designing drugs that provide more durable treatment to adapting tumor and disease resistance mechanisms. So if we go into more detail, as we did with our very first trials, we are targeting single molecular drivers and designing a strong drug that works against them. We will then expand to additional populations. So all the drugs we have approved, we're actually going for additional indications now. We want to address disease heterogeneity because in tumors and cancer especially, the disease starts to look very different. And then just change the paradigm to have a franchise of products, to have a first generation product, have a second generation product. So how has this turned out in real life? Well, proud to say our first 2 drugs, Ayvakit has been approved, or avapritinib was approved by the FDA in Europe for that really rare 6 to 8% of patients, if you remember, and received even full approval in the United States on a phase 1 trial with only 38 patients because we were able to achieve a 95% response rate in those patients. Pralsetinib, the lung cancer drug, has now been approved on both sides of the Atlantic. And we are very thrilled to receive a CHMP positive opinion in late January for the second indication of avapritinib, but this time it's for a very ultra orphan rare hematological cancer called advanced systemic mastocytosis, which is uncontrolled proliferation of your mast cells in the bone marrow. And this is driven by a mutation that is a cousin of the PDGFR alpha mutation. And interestingly, it was another disease where Gleevec, the drug I mentioned at the beginning, was trialed and it didn't work. It didn't have any clinical benefit, but by designing a slightly different drug this time, we're able to help those patients. So looking further ahead, both avapritinib and pralsetinib are in registration enabling clinical studies to expand to even more indications. And we now have a second generation KIT inhibitor that's going to be going after, again, systemic mastocytosis to see if we can hit some patients that weren't able to help the first time. And we've developed our lung cancer program as well. EGFR mutated lung cancer is one of the more common ones, but now we're going after a very rare mutational subset of these patients. And we supplemented our in-house Fait Maison portfolio by, for the first time in the company's history, acquiring a small biotech in San Diego last December. And we've added a EGFR compound there as well. So it's a busy time at Blueprint. And we've taken a lot of our learnings from the early 2018 experiences, and we're applying them to our current and future clinical trials. And actually, we're really excited to try to apply them in the real world now that our drugs have reached the commercial stage. So in summation, as the industry advances precision therapies for rare, ultra-rare cancers and diseases, I think more proactive and bespoke strategies for patient identification are going to be required. I spoke earlier about boots on the ground. It really matters. This is not the United States or Europe. The patient journey is going to differ significantly in Germany than Spain, let's say, just use 2 examples. And you need people on the ground who can connect the dots between different departments, even within a hospital, and then work with the surrounding community. I would also add the switch to digital engagement since the pandemic has only raised the bar for HCPs to welcome a face-to-face interaction. So it's really critical to have someone who's good on the ground, who can generate true believers. And I purposely chose the word true believers rather than key opinion leaders, because it actually doesn't matter whether that HCP sits on the guidelines committees or not. It's just important to have an internal champion within each center of excellence who's going to drive the change internally, who's going to work with the diagnostic department, who's going to encourage collaboration between departments, or even set up a multidisciplinary team for rare diseases that have a diverse symptomology. And importantly, they need to be out in the community. They need to create a call to action for the HCPs in the surrounding catchment area to refer suspected patients for proper workup. Again, every situation is unique. So, you're going to need a bespoke solution for each. You can't just one size fits it all. And then lastly, leave no one behind. Not every rare disease patient is going to make it to the center of excellence. And so it's critical to not leave anyone behind. And you need to expand your rare disease education efforts to a broader HCP base. And then the other area that Zizi alluded to a little earlier is external data is out there. You can start to use AI machine learning to see if you can catch where there might be bottlenecks or broken links in the patient journey, and see if you can get in there and intervene, shorten the journey to get to a proper diagnosis. And then lastly, I think as Daniel alluded to earlier about patient engagement empowerment, collaboration with patient advocacy groups is absolutely critical to help increase a rare disease patients' access to information and better inform themselves so that they can ask the right questions to their HCP and potentially shorten the treatment journey to a shorter couple of years rather than going on some multi-year odyssey that doesn't turn into a massive undertaking. So with that, I guess, thank you for your attention. A quick programming note, after lunch, I'll be hosting a roundtable discussion on the topic of challenges and opportunities in developing treatments for rare cancers after the lunch break. My colleague Paul will also be co-hosting a roundtable on partnering with patient advocacy groups. Do we have time for questions? Or okay, did I get back on time? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Everyone's hungry. Okay.
I think just one from me. I'm really interested in this kind of new role that you put into play. Where did you look for these people? How did you and how did you embed them into these organizations? Because that's always a challenge when you're trying to embed them into established systems. I
think we found 2 phenotypes that did well. One was literally postdocs. They wanted to get into industry. They had no concept of what an MSL is, whatever, and you just gave them an opportunity, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'm excited." And so we kind of took advantage of postdocs. That's the wrong way of putting it, but we took advantage of folks who didn't get stuck in traditional silos and archetypes. And then the other phenotype that's worked with us is we take people who've been MSLs at big pharmas for about 2-3 years, and they've come to realize that they're in a box. And they could see themselves doing the same job for the next 10 years, calling on the same 40 doctors. So we take folks who've been classically trained by big pharma for about 2-3 years, but want more. And I think those are the 2 phenotypes that work for us. Yeah.
And then in terms of trying to embed them in that organization?
Yeah, we kind of started with PMLs from the start in Europe. So we haven't had this MSL versus PML fight because we just started with PMLs at the beginning. And I would say our US organization started with classic MSLs, and now they're asking, how can they become more PML? So it's a very interesting transition. Question in the back there.
As far as I'm aware, that in many countries, cancer patients are genetically screened, but it's like a fixed set of genes that is screened on. Now, in this case, you're developing a precision medicine for new mutations that are not part of the standard package. So I can imagine that as part of the teaching how to fish, that during clinical trials, it can be incorporated in the testing, but then there's a next step. How do you get it as part of the standard
Exactly.
package of mutations that is that patients are screened on.
So we had trial sites that standard tested for 5 things. And so we worked out a deal like, go ahead and do what you normally do for those 5. If it's negative for those 5, then do this supplemental test. Because if you do the 5, you can screen out about 30% of patients will be positive for the first 5. So, you're narrowing down now from 100 potential candidates to 70, and then you're running a test after that. So that's one thing we would do. Sometimes we would just go ahead and include it in that first battery of tests as well. So again, it's a bespoke thing. It completely depends on what every site does. But I think over time, as more and more precision therapy companies are coming, I think more and more are realizing we need to test a broader panel. We can't just look for things one by one. And so there is a movement towards broader NGS, next generation sequencing testing, which can look for 50 genes, 100 genes, 200 genes, versus the kind of old school way of single assay testing where you're just doing one at a time. All right. Bon appetit. Thank you.
I'm not sure I actually need this, but I'm going to use it anyway. So I hope you've all had some really constructive discussions. You'll be relieved to hear I'm not asking you to feed back on what you talked about, because our table went completely off piste. But it was an interesting discussion. So as I said, we've changed the agenda slightly. We're going to have the panel discussion that we were going to have at 4:15 first, and then we're going to have our final presentation. So again, it brings me great pleasure to bring Daniel back on board online, David Ross and Arvin Gao to join me in a panel to talk about global collaborations to improve diagnosis, access and care for persons living with a rare disease. Hi, Daniel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can, thank you.
Perfect. No, David's joining us. We're very thin on the ground now, Daniel.
That's crazy, isn't it? This wind.
Perfect, thank you. I'm hoping we don't need to do introductions, given that most people know each other by now. But this panel was, as I said, going to discuss global collaborations to improve diagnosis, access and care for persons living with rare diseases. And I mean, we've heard a lot about collaboration throughout the whole of the two-day meeting. And it kind of goes without saying that without collaboration, we're not really going to be able to move the dial in terms of access. But I'm wondering if I can start with, again, the most important people in the room, Daniel and David, and really talk about, and it might be a bit of a repeat of some of the things we've spoken about today, but how do we break these barriers down? What are the barriers to enable patients to be diagnosed better? It's one of the conversations we're having on our roundtable. What's the diagnostic pathway? How can we kind of break those barriers down? And then what about access? So Daniel, maybe I can start with you in terms of how can we improve the diagnostic odyssey? What are the kind of different things that you think we need to do? We were talking on our table earlier that GPs are the key, but are GPs really the key?
It's a really difficult question, because I'm a big believer that with diagnosis comes industry, with industry comes treatment options, with treatment options, suddenly more patients suddenly appear. And one of the challenges we have in the rare disease I represent in Tay-Sachs is the fact that it's very difficult to identify patients early so they can get the treatment at the right time, because a lot of these gene therapies need to go in early. I believe, and I don't know if this would ever happen, is if you had a certain amount of companies investigating your disease and have clinical trials starting, you should be allowed newborn screening for a minimum of 5 to 10 years. You can get the prevalence data you need, you can get the patient identification, and you can get the treatment directly into patients. You don't end up in this terrible cycle that actually we're in at the moment, which is give me the perfect patient. Well, we can't give you the perfect patient until they're diagnosed. And then they say, well, how can we help you get newborn screening? How do we do that? Well, then we've got to go through about 50 other people for them to approve it. It's this cycle. I'd like us all to be kind of a bit more radical in that thinking, because I just believe that if we did this 5-10 years of screening with all these companies, it would keep them interested and actually get the treatments to people.
David, any suggestions from you?
Barriers, yeah. I just think really kind of like, as kind of mentioned earlier about different guidelines for my rare disease in Europe and compared to USA, it just kind of like confuses the patient community, and kind of like, why do we get this treatment here and in another place it's different? I think well, as mentioned before, universal guidelines would be the way forward, in my opinion, where generally the same healthcare for people with rare disease is given around the world.
Arvind, your organisation does a lot to try and connect patients with investigators, but of course we're talking about the challenge around getting the diagnosis first. So what kind of suggestions do you have from your angle about how do we improve that diagnostic odyssey?
I think there is no silver bullet at the moment. It is very difficult. Genetic sequencing is something that we are trying to make more available and more accessible to patients. But again, the analysis of that genetic sequencing is very difficult in terms of both medically speaking, but also to patient communities. What does it mean to have a probability of 70% of having an X disease, right? If it is not monogenic. If it is monogenic, then your question becomes, well, what does this variant mean against that variant? So I think patient education is important. Physician education is important. I think the myth that physicians will know everything and the end all be all needs to be deconstructed, right, in medical school curriculum, so that they don't have to be compelled to give a diagnosis if they don't know something.
Great. We've got a really great initiative in the UK called Medics for Rare Diseases, and some of you may have heard of it. And they're trying really hard to do more awareness raising and implementing some educational kind of tools and support packages for training physicians to be able to be a bit more aware and being able to diagnose patients better. Daniel, I'm wondering if you've got any experience. I know Lucy's done a huge amount of work with a number of organisations. If you wanted to kind of talk a little bit about it, if you knew.
Yeah, Medics for Rare Disease is a remarkable group. So they've been going for, I think it's 6 or 7 years now, really just trying to bring to the attention of medical students rare disease, so they actually think about it. And so one of the things I know that I've spoken to Lucy about in the past is that you need to have a trigger for the GPs to think rare, and it's a symptomology. And one thing we've always said, with our children with GM2, the kids lose ability to walk. So a kid that presents to the GP that used to walk but doesn't walk anymore has a fundamental problem. A kid who has never walked may one day walk. This is age like 15, 18 months of age. And then you can get that diagnosis early. It happened in the case of my daughter. She stopped walking. The GP was on point, sent her straight down for a scan. But I know other families where they're sent off to the physio and told it's fine, they'll start walking again in a few months. That's not going to happen. I think that awareness raising is very important just for people to think rare. I think it's unrealistic of us in the rare space to expect the GPs to know every rare disease, but there are certain triggers that they should think, okay, this isn't normal. This is outside my sphere of knowledge. I should make sure they're going to see the specialist to at least get investigated to potentially find a diagnosis.
Great, thank you. Arvind, I would be really interested to hear, sort of, in your experience, the health system in the US and what kind of things that system needs. I mean, you talked about the genomics and more of that, but of course, not all rare diseases have a genetic component. And as Daniel said, often it's how can you kind of put those pieces of the puzzle together at the kind of primary physician arena to be able to at least have some kind of signal that we need to take this further. What's happening in the US around this?
Right. I think every medical center has their way of approaching this. The top medical institutions does have the rare disease component arm or the personal genomics arm, such that if something smells suspicious or not easily diagnosable, then the physician scientists usually step in and they're happy. Oh, there's something we can sequence and this looks quite interesting, right? Then you're going into kind of the research arena in some sense. But I think also not just from the medical center's point of view, from a patient's point of view, assuming the genocentric point of view of diseases, of rare diseases, I think there is the need for the public to be educated in terms of what do genes mean, what do variants mean, and so forth and so on. I think some of this effort was done by 23andMe. We tried to collaborate with them, education from middle school, from high school, just so that people have kind of fundamental knowledge of what these terms mean.
Great, thanks. David, you've talked about kind of international guidelines, which I think is a really interesting concept, coming from an organisation that develops guidelines all the time. Although I have to confess, NICE don't have any rare disease guidelines. I hang my head in shame. But I'm really keen to understand how you think we could energize that kind of worldwide community to come together. Because again, going back to what we were saying earlier, rare disease is much more collaborative. It works much more closely together. But how can we do that so we can get at least a baseline guideline for a rare disease, and then we then have to then adapt it probably a little bit for the local healthcare system, because you can't not do that. But that basic guideline, what would be your suggestion or your call to the world?
I think it's about bringing the right people together with the purpose of that, patients. How do we serve patients, treat patients, look after patients best as possible? Now, everyone's got their own opinions or views to do that, or restrictions maybe for some. But I don't know. I think until you don't get the right people around the table, how is that ever going to go forward? And I think that would also, to do that, there would be hope, that the fact that starts people around the table discussing things, listening, hearing, agreeing, disagreeing. I think that would be a hopeful step forward. But also I think getting something like these guidelines in place would kind of like, along with things like registries, of course, but have more awareness about our condition across the world. It's like for my condition, there's a clinical registry and a patient registry, and having filled in one of them, this is the second time, I've got no desire to fill in the other one. And that's no disrespect to the other one. It's just like, what is the benefit and purpose for this? Kind of like, you're not really clear. And I know other people in the community my community have more learning disabilities. And you know, the one I filled in took in over an hour, and it's like, yeah, I'm kind of okay. I'm kind of okay with doing that, but kind of like, yeah, it's just information that's given certainly for not me as a patient's benefit.
Yeah, that's it. And it kind of echoes the conversation we were having at our table as to how do you kind of put in structures and support for patients to engage and participate in all of these activities. But I think, Juliet, you were talking about, well, physicians are sometimes reluctant to hand over the control, or say, well, actually, I want to see the patient physically, or I need to do this. And we need to try and kind of break down that kind of working mentality of, I need to see the patient physically in order to do this. It's not good enough that they are using a wearable, not a Garmin one. It's got to be an and apparently it's got to be an iPhone or an Apple Watch or whatever, from one of our colleagues talking about children refuse to wear one of these wearables unless it was an Apple one, and you know, any other product would not do. But I think, you know, we've talked a lot today, haven't we, about how can we make the infrastructure more accessible for patients, so that we can recruit them, we can retain them, we can improve that diagnosis. But I'm interested to understand, how do we break this kind of parent-child relationship with clinicians as well, in order that they become aware, they listen to the patient, who are in rare diseases far more educated than the average patient, I would say. David, what would be your thoughts about that? How do we kind of break this kind of?
I think, I think it's kind of slow. I think it's slowly changing. I think for the past 10 years, there's been more patients join Facebook groups, become educated and aware about my condition. So yeah, there's a positive in that, but then there's also kind of like a reluctance to share information, or perhaps in some cases a reluctance, where do we take it from there? So patients have become more educated, more aware, connecting with others, kind of offline, and kind of becoming again, another way of becoming more educated about what's going on. But how do they take that forward? Yeah, I'm not really sure at the moment, to be quite honest.
No worries.
But yeah, I see hope. But yeah, it's how do you harness that hope in that direction? So not all bad.
Arvin, how about you? How do you think we kind of break those silos of I'm the physician, I know best?
Maybe the useful buzzword is personalized medicine. I think physicians are realizing more and more, even if you do have a diagnosis, each person is very different. And this kind of, again, I'm somewhat genocentric because of my background, but if each person is slightly different, then you end up having to pay more attention to how is this specific person's symptoms and maybe even diagnosis different than what you would presume otherwise. So I think that's from the physician side. From the patient side, what I learned, it's true, they're very educated, like they read a lot. But if they don't understand enough, you could have some personal hesitance. I don't like to have a rare disease. That's genetic. That means it's inherited. I got it from my parents. The parents usually, it's not from me. It's not in my family. It's from her family, and then back and forth. So you have that kind of dynamics too that'll influence their self-diagnosis when they read.
Daniel, any thoughts from you about what we can do to kind of bridge this gap?
I think it's the understanding that everyone is very different. And David made a good point. Like, when I look at it from the parent carer side, my wife and I, we're quite pragmatic, just get on with life. That's how it is. While other families need a lot more support and guidance, may need more mental health support. And that understanding that, as I mentioned before in my talk, one size does not fit all. We're all very different people in how we handle our condition, our disease, our child with that condition, and being able to be adaptive. We had a really, really good neurodisability doctor at Amley, Charlie Fairhouse, I name drop him. And he used to say to us, "How are you doing?" And we're like, "No, we're doing well." And if we don't know, "How are you doing?" You always tell us you're doing fine, but how are you? But he said, we go home after the clinic. We go and do our thing with our family. We go and do what we do. We know you guys go home, you spend 2 hours sleeping and that's it. You're suctioning, you're feeding, you're medicating your Emily all night. How are you actually doing? Actually, him knowing it took a lot to break us down to actually articulate how we felt was very important. But other people don't need that. They're more forthcoming in how their support. So I think that personalized interaction with the healthcare is very, very important. And with actually on the educational stuff, what I find really interesting is in our community, everyone knows GM2 gangliosidosis, a lack of certain enzyme hexavalase, blah, 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 blah. We can all regurgitate what it is. But when you sit down to them and say, but what does it actually mean? No one can explain it. We all don't want to look really silly in front of doctors, but we still, many of our families still just don't get what caused the disease, why this stuff is happening to the children. And this is where I think it's really important that we strip back a lot of these materials, just the simplicity of what actually everything means, because everyone gets lost. And I think that's something we're seeing a big shift on recently. And I hope we see more of it, that we can actually get really clear patient, parent care information that people actually understand. It's not just a list of acronyms and all this that people kind of look at and glaze over. It's very, very obvious what everything means.
Thanks, Daniel. I'm just going to open up the panel to any questions anybody might have for our panel around how we can make, we talked about collaboration a lot. How can we improve the diagnosis and any access issues? Anything else? Carol.
This is a question probably more for Arvin than anything with respect to diagnosis and things like that in precision medicine. What is your opinion of pharmacogenomics, please?
That is not my field because I'm trained as a scientist in metabolism. But I think even in metabolism, it is very important to know someone's genetic background and how that would influence one's reaction to certain treatments. So I think that is very important, but I think it's quite a new field, and we need to keep gathering more and more data before we can say anything conclusive.
Do you think that in the future that is going a potential for something that's really going to help progress the situation within the rare disease space for diagnosing rare diseases?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure whether that'll be under the umbrella of pharmacogenomics or personalized medicine, but in terms of what we do, it is almost the same. We need to see a person's genetic makeup and more than their genetic makeup, hopefully their transcriptomics, their epigenomics, their metabolomics, right? We're just gathering a lot of data. And I think it's very difficult. I don't know, maybe this is for somebody else. In terms of to approve a drug, then how do you identify it? Right?
Mhm.
The more you know, then do you then have to narrow your patient selection? It has to be, a group of patients with this background before the drug is approved because of pharmacogenomics issues. Then we'll have a nightmare perhaps in the FDA if we go down that narrow. So balancing that is beyond my pay grade.
Probably beyond mine too.
Yeah.
Any
No,
other
thank you.
questions from anyone? Okay, in which case I'm going to ask the panel for any last thoughts around any opportunities that we see in creating a more sustainable healthcare system, particularly for rare diseases, and any kind of lasting kind of thoughts. And yeah, Daniel, maybe you can start.
Yeah, so Famida has this phrase, she always goes on about how data is the new drug. Everyone wants it, but actually no one really knows how to use it or what to do with it. And I think the real shift we can do is centralize data in a usable format, not keep it siloed, not keep it in different databases that no one can access, no one can use. We need to be much better at bringing everything together that can actually drive forward treatment. Because actually, looking back, I think a lot of conditions have really suffered from the fact that they've had these siloed data sets. If you have that one unified kind of voice working together, bring an industry in the same, like the Hercules model, I really believe you can do that, and that all comes down to data. And obviously that's what at Pulse we're trying to do, is provide that centralized data platform that people can utilize.
Great, thanks, Daniel. Arvin.
I think it is important to remind physicians that rare diseases are not that rare, right? So that's in the back of their mind, that many diseases are not easily diagnosable, and there's 7,000 of them. It's not that rare. So that has to be in the background of their medical training. But once they understand that under the rubric of personal genomics or pharmacogenomics, then I think we have hope in defining diseases better and then setting up treatments.
David, last word from you.
Agree with Arvin and Daniel's points, the last points. Yeah, I'd just like to see perhaps more built-in mental health support. Certainly, like with my charity, they were great last year at handing out Xboxes, with the funds from the charity to certain families that they felt needed them. But what about mental health support as well? For clinical trials, I think they would get more people involved in clinical trials if they perhaps understood that for some patients, they have various different difficulties getting to trial sites, and so more support around that would be needed. More collaboration. I think more, and also, what's the before universal guidelines, I think.
Brilliant. In which case, I'm going to draw this panel to a close. Many thanks. Daniel, thanks very much for joining again from home. It's lovely to see you, and wish you a pleasant afternoon.
Thanks, everyone.
David
Bye.
and Arvin.
Thanks.
We had a prize school for iPad. So that one comes to Nick from AKU. Is it done?
Yeah.
Angela? Hello? She will give us an answer to that.
I can take it.
You should, people have written their names on them. I get often.
Yeah, but it's also very bureaucratic.
It's every say this scholarship.
It's part of it is like a sausage.
Can you hear us? Christian, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much for joining this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you are remaining, we've got a storm here, Christian, so the number of people here are very, very low, unfortunately. But Christian's here going to talk a little bit about the FDA's rare pediatric disease designations and priority review vouchers. Christian, welcome. We're happy to have you on board. I'll hand over to you. Are you wanting to share some slides?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So, shall we start?
Yep, you're showing the slides.
We can see the slides now.
Okay, I'm going to.
Perfect.
No, okay. Do you see it?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So, can we start right now?
You can, yeah.
Okay, good. So, as you may read, this presentation is about an FDA program, which is called Rare Pediatric Disease Designation and Priority Review Vouchers. We will go through a couple of slides in this presentation with history of this program, some definitions, because it's quite interesting. I know by experience, I know that many of our colleagues are ignorant of these programs, and I think it's very useful to let them know what it is, about what it is. We have also a slide on numbers of these designations and these vouchers, the number of vouchers which were granted. Something interesting also is valuation of the companies who get these designations, because it might have an impact, and at least we could have some ideas about this impact with public companies, but it could be the same for private companies looking for funding, because some VCs know these programs and what companies can get from these designations. And also something which is important, because the vouchers have value and can be sold upon approval of the drug that was designated as a rare pediatric disease. And so we will dig into past, present, and maybe the future values of this voucher. So some history to start with. Maybe some of you knew the tropical diseases voucher program, which was started a couple of years before the rare pediatric disease one. So, in fact, the US Congress created this rare pediatric disease priority review voucher program in 2012, and it offered a couple of incentives for obtaining approval of these products. And this was intended to stimulate the development of rare pediatric disease drugs. So, what does it mean? In fact, the program says that a sponsor who receives an approval for a drug or biologic intended to treat or prevent a rare pediatric disease, meaning pediatric pediatric onset disease. These sponsors, these companies, or anybody which would sponsor such a program may qualify for a voucher that can be redeemed to receive a priority review of a subsequent marketing application for a different product, or sell it. These companies which get a PRV, as we name it, may sell this voucher to any third-party sponsor of a drug, and this is not necessarily an orphan drug, but can be a non-orphan drug. The first rare pediatric disease designations were granted 1 year later after the US Congress decision. And as I said, it followed a similar program intended to promote tropical disease drug. And since this program has been extended several times. Every 4 years, if I'm not wrong, this program is renewed. So, what is a rare pediatric disease designation, and what drugs or diseases are targeted? In fact, there are three major criteria that a drug or biologic must meet to obtain this designation. First one, the drug must be intended for the prevention or treatment of a rare pediatric disease. And we'll see later a couple of examples of these diseases. Second, an adequate documentation or prevalence data must demonstrate that the intended pediatric disease or condition is rare, meaning less than 200,000 patients in the States. Third criteria, there must be supportive data suggesting that the drug may be effective in the rare pediatric disease. It's, I would say, similar to an orphan drug designation, but it requires less data than the orphan designation. One thing to be aware of is this application must be for a drug or biologic that does not contain any active ingredient, including ester or salt of this ingredient, that has been previously approved by the FDA in any other application. Important to know. And also one thing that's good to know is that this program is not only intended to US drug developers, but also open to ex-US sponsors. And that they can be companies as well as patient associations or even hospitals or research centers. We have a couple of examples of non-profit entities getting this designation in Switzerland and in Israel. So what is a priority review voucher? It's a famous voucher that many companies are seeking. So when a drug has a rare pediatric disease designation, and at the end, upon approval, if approved, of course, the sponsor gets this priority review voucher along with the marketing approval. This voucher can be redeemed to receive a priority review from the FDA, which gives a targeted evaluation time of 6 months rather than the usual 10 months standard review. So the company or another company which would buy a voucher would have, if approved, 4 months of commercialization more than if it did not get a priority review. And as said, this voucher can be used by the owner of the initial RPD designation, also to any drug biologic sponsor for any indication, including non-orphan ones. And we have seen a couple of big pharma companies acquiring these PRVs for, I would say, significant amounts because they fight for what they see as future blockbusters, and a couple of months of blockbuster sales means hundreds or billions of dollars. Let's consider a drug like Humira, which made $20 billion in sales last year. You understand that these sales are over 1 billion per month. So it's interesting for big pharma. What indications, as I mentioned before, again, this program is intended for pediatric onset disease and rare diseases. So there are here a couple of examples. It's by alphabetic order, but you see it at the bottom of the left list. There are three points, meaning that there are a couple of dozens or hundreds other indications. And on the right, you have the last one by alphabetical order. So now numbers. This program has been existing for 9 years now, and we track every rare pediatric disease designation we can, as well as the PRVs that are granted. So in our database, we have more than 220 designations which were granted since the beginning. And I would like to add that you can apply for an RP designation at any development stage, from preclinical to phase 3. At the other end, when these drugs which got these designations are granted marketing approval, they get PRV. So we tracked 34 vouchers which were granted. The first one was granted in 2014. And we have information on 20 of them which were sold. And they were sold for an aggregate value of a little more than 2.3 billion, which is quite significant. One thing now, as I mentioned, the impact on the owners of a rare pediatric disease designation on their valuation. And here we have 3 cases of recent designations, which were granted to 3 US companies: Longeveron, Emix Bio, and Catalyst Bioscience. The first one, Longeveron, was recently public, and when they got their rare pediatric disease designation, as you can see on the slide, their shares jumped more than 600% in a couple of days. And it was just this stock surge upon the announcement of this RP designation for one of the treatments, it's a cell therapy, which is intended to hypoplastic left heart syndrome, a cardiac condition in infants. So a huge jump for the value of the company. Second one, Emix Biopharma. Again, their share rocketed 66% the day when they announced that they got their RPD. And their treatment is intended for rhabdomyosarcoma, pediatric cancer, and it was in phase 1B trial. Third one, Catalyst Bioscience, again, a jump of 21% of the value of the share upon release of the RPD designation. And this one is developed in a disease which is called complement factor 1 deficiency. So interesting to know that the financial markets value these designations. It's slightly different from orphan designation because we also spot the impact of orphan designation on value of public companies, and usually it doesn't move the needle. In this case, in this RPD designation, it strongly moves the needle. So now about the value of pediatric review, priority review vouchers. As you see on this graph, and you see almost 20 vouchers that were sold. On the left scale, it's the amount for which, as a consideration for which they were sold. The lowest was about 67 million. It was in 2014. The voucher was sold by BioMarin, a US company. And the next one, 1 year later, was sold for 350 million by United Therapeutics. Since this value have stabilized, and today I would say that there are around 110 million per voucher. And this is a slide which puts these numbers. These numbers may raise the question: do these values fluctuate so much? And I would say that it's a market of offer and demand. And if there are very few vouchers available at one moment, their value increase. And also they may increase if there are a number of potential blockbusters to be filed by Big Pharma, because in this case, the Big Pharmas will, it will be some auction sale where you can see that the value increases considerably. But one thing, as I told you before, there is an increasing number of rare pediatric disease designations. So we should see pressure on PRV's value in the future, unless we have a large number of filing for potential blockbusters. But this is the market. So if the audience has questions, I'm available to either to clarify the concepts and how it works, or any question. I would answer to any question.
Thanks very much, Christian. That was hugely helpful. I'm just going to check if there are any questions from the audience. I think none. So thank you very much indeed for sparing the time this afternoon. It was lovely to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, and stay safe.
You too. Bye-bye. Officially closed. Thanks everyone. For those of you who stayed behind, who are staying over this evening because you can't get home, enjoy your evenings. And yeah, thank you for staying with us for the 2 days. And John's been a brilliant job of organising it.
Thank you for chairing.